And we're live. Welcome to the Warrant Committee. 30th of October, 2023, in the Milton Town Hall. Madam Secretary, would you please take attendance?
We have Dee Humphries, Tom Caldwell, Lori Connolly, Jay Funlin, Allison Gagnon, Julie Joyce, Kristen Cosiel, Jareen Lloyd, Tim Lyons, Julia Maxwell, J.J. O'Connor, Steve Rhines, Amanda Serio, Ron Seal, and Judy Steele.
Thank you. So it sounds like we got everybody, which is important. It's important for us to have all members of the Warrant Committee tonight. This being a super important meeting that we're having. We've posted an agenda with the two articles that we're going to address are going to be with regards to the MBTA communities zoning bylaws. One with regards to the zoning. There's a second one with regards to mixed use by right in one of the districts. Let us not forget that. That article seems to sometimes get a little lost in the overall. Time is of the essence. We need to get the warrant to the printer very, very soon. Basically, we need to wrap up this week. I've been hopeful that we might have some time to have the presentation of the actual article, select board article, on one night, discussion, and then have planning board come and give us insight on a second night. Everybody's schedules, it's a disaster. So we put everybody on for tonight, and we'll see how it goes. So the way I believe that we will proceed is that we have Mr. Zulus is here, the chair of the select board, and Mr. Nick Milano, our town administrator here. We have our town planner, Tim Zawinski. We'll have a brief presentation, question and answer, discussion with regards to the articles. Member Jay Funling has created his analysis, fiscal analysis of MBTA zoning that he's going to make a presentation to us for our consideration. And then I have asked, and they have responded, that the planning board is going to join us as well, so we can have input from the planning board with regards to planning board activities germane to the MBTA zoning, MBTA communities zoning bylaw, which all of the named parties have worked diligently for hours and hours and hours every week, 4 months, to get us here. So, and we give thanks for that. So, with no further ado, I'd ask Mr. Zulus, Mr. Milano, and Mr. Zawinski to come forth, and members of the committee hearken to these words with regards to the MBTA communities zoning bylaw articles. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all again. This is a follow-up from a couple of weeks ago, I think, when we came in and gave you an overview of some of the articles. I can give you an overview again of this article, but I think it would be more useful to, as I understand it, really get right into the maps and right into the questions. So if that's your pleasure, happy to do that. Unless you have anything you want to ask at the outset, we can get right into it.
My sense of the committee is that they're fine with proceeding, so thank you for that, Mrs. Zulus. Mr. Zawinski, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
That's great, thank you. To get things started, might I kindly please ask, can you had a couple of the most important materials I think that we've seen was the maps of the districts, and then there was the chart that showed the breakout by districts with the numbers to include you know, the building capacity, expected new unit, the new builds, et cetera. Do you think you could use that as a starting point? Because I think that the members of the committee would have some questions with regards to that. Does that sound like something you can do?
Certainly. I've got the presentation that I gave the other day at the planning board public hearing, which has all of those slides, so I'll just kind of bring that up. I'll start with just a quick run through of each of the districts, just so we're sort of familiar with what the parcels look like. And then I'll leave up that map that shows the expected unit capacity for each of those sub-districts, and then the net new unit calculation for each of them. So let me just share my screen real quick.
Thank you. And while you're doing that, I do want to mention that we here on the Warrant Committee, we had asked everyone to watch that presentation that you did. And so thank you for that presentation. Is that I know from my conversations with the members of the Warrant Committee that we had high participation with regards to that, and that the questions that people would have will be based in part from the presentations that you had made. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no, that's great, and I saw some faces in the crowd and some faces in the participants list. So I'm glad people were able to go to that public hearing, and if you weren't able to make it, the recording is up on MATV, and this presentation is actually up on the MBTA Communities website. So just to situate everyone, this is our zoning district. I'm going to use the term district or sub-districts kind of interchangeably. We're required to create a district, and it's comprised of these sub-districts. So just try not to let the terminology trip you up. The sub-districts are overwhelmingly kind of situated in the northern part of town. So we'll go to a kind of a more zoomed-in map, and we'll go from west to east. The pink district here, kind of hugging Blue Hills Parkway, is what we call the Blue Hills Parkway corridor. This purple district is we're calling the Mattapan Station sub-district. This comprises Unkwitty House and a handful of house lots surrounding it. The big blue district is our Elliott Street corridor district. This kind of is aligned more or less with Elliott Street and the train tracks of the Mattapan trolley. These two districts over here, and they're technically considered one district in our zoning language, but there's a couple of distinctions. This is our Milton Station Central Ave Station district. You can kind of see half of it is yellow, half of it is green, and then part of it is in this sort of hatched shape. As Mr. Humphreys alluded to earlier, we have a second article about mandatory mixed-use zoning in our sub-districts. These hatch districts are proposed to be our mandatory mixed-use districts, which basically means that in all of the rest of the districts and in any district proposed under MBTA communities under the state guidelines, mixed use is allowed, but until very recently could not be required. There was a recent change to the guidelines in August that allowed you to sort of carve off a portion of your district, and you'd be able to require mixed use in that district. So this hatched area in the what we're calling the Milton Station East in yellow and Milton Station West in green are proposed to be our mandatory mixed use districts. And then there's a little small district in between that we're calling the Bridge District. This is all comprises the Milton Station Central Ave Station District. In orange up here is our Granite Ave District, divided in north and south. North being 2 Granite Ave, south being the state DPW yard, salt shed, and the American Legion Hall. And then finally the East Milton Square District, which more or less comprises the business district with a few exceptions among parcels. So just to kind of make sure everyone's sort of clear on what these look like kind of close up, we've got these aerial images that show the parcels. Again, this is our East Milton Square District, lines up pretty much with the business district. The exceptions being the Fruit Center and the Rockland Trust Building. Those are actually not in the business district, but we're kind of folding them into this district. And we took out the Milton Arts Center and the post office. Reason being those are two kind of character-defining historic structures. We didn't want there to be any kind of development pressure on those. It's also the fact that they're both under public ownership, the Art Center under the town of Milton, the post office obviously by the USPS. Redevelopment probably not likely on those, and in any event, the guidelines actually don't give us any unit capacity credit for zoning those. You're really not supposed to be zoning public property with a few exceptions, so we decided to take those out of the district. Didn't hurt us on any kind of metric, and so those are out. This is Granite Avenue North. This is 2 Granite Ave, the office building right on the river over there. Granite Ave South, like I said, the state land, the salt shed and maintenance yard, and then the park and ride lot, and then south of that, the American Legion Hall. This is our Milton Station East sub-district, comprised of 88 Wharf, the MBTA lot, the extra space storage facility, and then 1 Elliott Street across the street, and then sort of the long portion of the train tracks just kind of connecting that with the other sub-districts. The Milton Station Bridge sub-district is Old Milton Hill House and New Milton Hill House. And then our West District is more or less the Central Ave Business District. So 131 Elliott Street, the auto body shop and dry cleaner, Steel and Rye, the retail block where Stevie's and Mackey's are, 36 Central, and then the small buildings on the corner in the fork there. This is our Mattapan Station District, again, predominantly Unquity House. We folded in some of the single-family house lots surrounding it. One of the requirements in the guidelines is that our sub-districts need to equal at least 5 acres. So Unquity House is just a little bit over 4. So we folded some of these other houses in to get to 5. But we're trying to be very conscious in our dimensional parameters to kind of, we're trying to focus development in this sub-district on Unquity House. And then finally, the Blue Hills Corridor sub-district. Basically, all of the lots fronting on Blue Hills Parkway down to the Tucker School, plus a couple that go off into some of the side streets. And then finally, this is our Elliott Street Corridor sub-district. This is the one that has by far the most parcels that we have in any sub-district. If you followed any of the planning board discussion around these districts, this was one of the sort of the hottest button ones. And it's here, and it's in a relationship with the Mattapan Station and the Milton Station, Central Ave Station sub-districts, in that the guidelines require us to have, you can do sub-districts of 5 acres or more, but you also have to have half of your zoning district in one contiguous area. And so this Elliott Street Corridor sub-district kind of allows us to connect that Milton Station area with the Mattapan Square area and get, a nice big contiguous district to meet that requirement of the guidelines. So, I have a couple charts we can go back to with some of the zoning parameters if folks are interested in that sort of thing. And I'm just going to sort of fly through here, and we'll kind of end up on this map. So, the concept of unit capacity is something that the state created in their guidelines in order to have a metric to measure reasonable size. The statute requires that zoning districts be of a reasonable size, and that's all it says. And so the state housing agency's interpretation of that is 2-part. There's a physical size component, which means that the minimum size of your district has to be 50 acres. We exceed that without any problem. And then the other element of reasonable size is this thing that they created called unit capacity, which basically says how many potential units, if all of the parcels in your zoning district were development parcels, how many units could that district theoretically create? This is a metric that they use to, again, to judge reasonable size and to sort of compare different communities based on their sort of level of service, rapid transit, commuter rail, et cetera, et cetera. Our unit capacity number is based on our status as a rapid transit community. It's got to be equal to 25% of our year-round housing count. So that number is 2,461. So think about it this way. If every single parcel on this map that's in, one of these colors were sort of, a blank canvas and we're going to be redeveloped, what would our proposed zoning allow to be built on these parcels. And so, again, I'll go from left to right, west to east, and I'll actually kind of go to this map because it's got both numbers on it. The modeled capacity in the Blue Hills Corridor District is 228, or no, excuse me, that's in the Mattapan Station District. In the Blue Hills Corridor, it's 175 units. In the Elliott Street Corridor, it's 480 units. The modeled capacity in the Mattapan Central Ave Station District, which is that sort of east, west, and bridge sub-districts, is 618 units. The modeled capacity in Granite Ave North is 171, 530 in the south portion of the Granite Ave District, and then 423 in the East Milton sub-district. Now, I landed on this map because it has a second number, which is what we could anticipate to be the net new units. And again, this is another theoretical scenario. So theoretical scenario number one is, imagine that every one of these parcels is a blank redevelopment parcel. How many units could our zoning potentially support on all of these parcels? And that's your modeled capacity, your unit capacity number. Now, we are rezoning a fair number of already built parcels. So not only are they, this is not a theoretical exercise, these have buildings on them and some of them have houses on them. So the net new number is basically, if you've got, and I've got a slide for this just to sort of give you a little bit of a picture. The unit capacity calculation treats every parcel as a blank canvas. But from a municipal impact perspective, we're concerned with net new units. So in this example, you've got a 2-unit house, a duplex on a parcel. Unit capacity treats that as undeveloped. So it's just a blank parcel, nothing's on it. So if your zoning allows you to build 4 units on that parcel, your unit capacity is 4, but your net new units is 2, because you already had 2 units on that parcel. So that's 2 units worth of kids in the schools, 2 units worth of police calls, 2 units worth of toilets flushing onto our sewer pipes. Those are baked in. So that net new number, in most of the cases where there are zoning sub-districts that are already built up, is going to wind up being smaller than that modeled capacity number. So you can see, 83 in Mattapan Square, 109 in Blue Hills Corridor, 70 in the Elliott Street Corridor, 412 in the Milton Station, 397 in East Milton Square because the business district doesn't actually have a lot of housing. And then obviously, in the Granite Ave sub-district where there's no existing housing, modeled capacity and net new are equivalent. So, when we talk about, what is the impact of the zoning going to be, we're not talking about 2,461 units because we already have a bunch of units. And, we're not even talking about that net new figure, which if you add all these net news, it comes out to something like 1,700. I don't have the exact number at my fingertips. But again, that assumes every single potential parcel is redeveloped, which, again, the likelihood of that happening in anyone's lifetime is very, very small for a number of reasons. So, this is... I'll land on this slide and I guess open up for questions. But again, I've got the entire presentation, here at my fingertips. So if anyone has any other questions that I can refer back to, I'm happy to do it.
Can I just ask, can we turn up the air conditioning because it's really cold right
Sure.
now? Is that all right?
Absolutely.
I have a,
Oh, no. Oh, no.
yeah, Jay, give it to him.
Oh, yeah.
Give him the unicorn jacket.
Okay.
Just a gripping television.
Where do we want to go?
It's supposed to be what it's like watching you watch.
Don't
TV.
ask us, we'll never agree.
172, is that?
There you go.
We have a motion for 72.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, piano.
Oh, that's better.
Okay, Tim, are you ready for questions?
Yes.
Okay, it's going to go Jay, then Steve.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. I want to ask a question about this. Whoops, let me
Turn on my microphone. Thank you. I'd like to ask a question about this slide specifically, and specifically about the Elliott Street corridor. which has a capacity of 480 and a net new of 70. That I can't wrap my head around that. I would think if you take a house, turn it into a turn it into a 3-family, you're adding 2. So I would think, we're turning 1s into 3s. I would think the net new would be 2/3 of that, which would be 320. So can you tell me how we get to 70?
I'm not. This is going to sound flip. I don't mean to sound flip. It's just math. So what we
I've got
have
a master's
done
in math,
is-
so hit me.
I don't think you need one. The way that we calculated this net new figure, and this is in consultation with our consultants, is we used a tool that the Massachusetts Housing Partnership has developed that basically allows you to, it's hooked up to the state GIS system. You draw a line around a geography anywhere in the Commonwealth, and it'll tell you based on the parcel data, which is the same parcel data that we have, at our disposal in our GIS department, how many units are in any given geography. So we've done that for each of our sub-districts, and sort of drawn that line and gotten that, existing unit number. And there are there's 410 housing units in that blue district. The thing that you have to remember is the model capacity number, again, is treating every parcel like a blank parcel. So there are, of all the 7,500 square foot parcels in that subdistrict, it's that number times 3 gets you to 480. The subdistrict also has a number of parcels. In fact, slightly more than a majority of parcels in that subdistrict are actually ineligible parcels in terms of being undersized. So our minimum lot size is 7,500 square feet. So something like, I think 52% of all of the parcels in that subdistrict are actually below 7,500 square feet. So those are parcels that are not contributing anything to our model capacity, but are contributing to our existing unit count. So it's a little mind-boggling, but the thing that you have to remember is, again, only less than half of the parcels in that subdistrict are actually contributing to the model capacity.
So if we have a single-family house on a small lot that can't be redeveloped, is that counted in the 480?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, every other number on here makes sense to me except for that 70. Can you give us any example, like talk about one property that might be, it seems like you're turning one house into 3, so if you're modeling 480, it seems like you're going from...
but you're not doing that on every parcel in the subdistrict, right? So there are a number of parcels. So for the existing number, which is that 410, which would be sort of the thing that you're subtracting from 480 to get 70, that number is based on every single parcel in the subdistrict.
Even
right?
the small,
So,
even the ones that are too small?
Exactly. So every single parcel in the subdistrict that has a unit on it is going into that or that existing kind of unit number, right? And so there's, most of them are single family houses. There's a decent number of 2 families, maybe a handful of 3s. The model capacity number is only taking into account the parcels that are 7,500 square feet or more, which again is around 58% of all of the parcels. Multiply that number by 3, and that's where you get your model capacity number. So because there are so many ineligible parcels that are not contributing model capacity, but are contributing existing capacity, that's where you get that sort of differential from.
So, yeah, please, JJ.
So Tim, just to try and understand this, the model capacity is only the eligible lots. So each eligible lot can take, sorry, can you hear me?
A little bit. I don't know if your mic is working or not.
Is this good?
That's better.
So, sorry, I was trying to face you, but I will not. So each individual lot can take 3 housing units. So if you take 480 divided by 3, that's 160 eligible lots. And my question for you is, of those 160 eligible lots, let's say they were all single family. that would mean that you could take all those single families down and put a 3-family up by right, so you should be able to add 320 units. And I know where you're talking about net new units, you're taking the existing lots that are already there but don't count, but if you look at it the way, that's the confusion, I think. Isn't it really? Like, how many of those 160 lots that are eligible are single family? Maybe that's the right question, because if they're all single family, then you should be able to add 320 net new units, right?
Yes, but I suspect that not all of them are single family. You know, we can go back and triple check this number. You know, I don't fault anyone for kind of looking at this and kind of, you know, questioning it. So, you know, we can go back to the shop and triple check this. You know, we've done the math a couple different ways. But maybe, you know, I don't know of the eligible parcels, how many of them are 2-family, how many of them are 1-family. We can start to try to get an approximation of that just to sort of clarify things for folks. You know, but again.
Sorry, Tim, to
Sorry?
interrupt, but just simply, let's say they were all 2 families. That's 160 lots, I think, model capacity. And if they were all 2 families, that would be, you would be able to take 160 lots, you'd be able to add another 160 units. So if there's no 3 units in that entire zone, it would seem to be like the math doesn't work. But you can check it. I'm just saying, if there's no 3 units in that area, which I don't think there are, then it just doesn't, you know what I mean? Like 480 divided by 3, there's 160 eligible lots. If they were all 2 families, then you could take down all of, and put a 3-family, and you'd add 160 new units.
Yeah, we'll triple check this number, and kind of try to get to the bottom of kind of exactly, you know, what's driving that. The thing that I want to underscore, and you know, this is a calculation that people have tended to be very, very interested in, which is why we did it. The thing that this slide is meant to underscore is not, you know, trying to predict, you know, with exact certainty, you know, we're only going to get 83 units over here, and we're only going to get 530 over here, and, you know, whatever. It's to indicate, you know, the general concept that we are dealing with existing units here, and that, you know, people are concerned with what the net new impact is going to be. And so again, 2461 is again a theoretical number that was created, you know, on behalf of the state's kind of own guidelines. It's meant to be an analytical tool, not a predictive tool of what is going to actually result from these zoning districts. The net new number is its analog in that regard. It's got a relationship to the unit capacity number, but is not meant to be a predictive tool of, all right, one of these days we're going to see 70 new units or whatever the number is in the Elliott Street corridor, because, you know, that number is quite frankly not predictable, and kind of unknown. It's really just meant to underscore the fact that, you know, 2461 is a scary number to people. You know, 17 something might still be kind of scary, but is less scary than 2461. And then we can start to talk on an individual district and even parcel basis, you know, what we can reasonably expect to come out of, you know, possible development under this zoning.
Thank you for that. Okay, so this is the lineup, which JJ jumped.
Sorry.
It's okay.
It was a good question, though.
It was a good question. Steve, Allison, Tim, Judy. Okay, Steve, Allison, Tim, Judy. So it's going to go Steve. I'm sorry, Julie. Julie Joyce. Julie Joyce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Steve.
All right. Tim, question for you. Looking at your map and your development of new versus modeled capacity, do your numbers take into account existing developments in queue? For example, 440 Granite, the residents at East Milton Square, is that accounted for in your number? And I guess the sub-question to that is, what about all the 40Bs that are in queue as well? Does your math take that into consideration in your modeling?
So the answer is no. So the net new number is based on existing units, that exist today, or at least in the sort of very, very recent past, according to the state's global information system. So the 90-something units from Residence East Milton and the 20-something units from 440 Granite Ave are not in that existing unit category, that we're using to kind of develop that net new number. You could reasonably say, okay, it's, net new in East Milton Square is 397, minus 92, coming out of Residence at East Milton, minus 24 coming out of 440 Granite Ave, assuming both of those projects get built. But no, it's not taking pipeline into account because the existing unit number is strictly speaking units that exist today. And in terms of the 40Bs, just kind of a quick scan, the Residence at East Milton is the only one that would be in one of these sub-districts. So, again, those 40Bs are not a part of the calculation because we're talking about existing units in, these geographies.
Yeah. I think the residents at East Milton are 110 units, right? Did they come down in 90?
No, I think it's either 92 or 94.
92 or 94. So, if we net that out and we since we're not counting them in the past, that's a lot of capacity going into a very tight area. And it seems that's almost an overdevelopment of that particular neighborhood considering the traffic constraints we already have there. What sort of traffic mitigations have you looked at for this already? Have you looked at this in your planning?
So I want to preface this by saying that traffic is bad everywhere. If we're not talking about East Milton, we're talking about Granite Ave, we're talking about Adams Street, we're talking about Blue Hills Parkway. That's not to be dismissive of the concern because it is a serious issue. But this is not unique to East Milton Square. It's not unique to the MBT community's conversation. In our efforts to draft this zoning, we have not been able to do in-depth traffic analysis because that is the type of analysis that you really need to understand kind of what you're looking at. And at this, it's late in the game for developing this zoning, but it's very, very early in the game in terms of any units being considered to be built under this zoning. And so when you're doing that traffic analysis, you need to understand, okay, you can do it for an individual project because and we'll use the Residence at East Milton as an example, that there's going to be 92 units at 4 Franklin Street, within the next 18 months, if they start, their process, tomorrow. We've got traffic data that reflects current traffic patterns. We know, with reasonable kind of expectations, how many vehicles a project like that is going to generate, and we can sort of model that out and kind of talk about what the impacts of that project are going to be. When you're talking about general purpose zoning that encompasses, not necessarily a town-wide context, but, more so than an individual project, there's too many unknowns to do a reliable traffic impact analysis because we don't know when any of these projects are going to happen, if they happen, because they are sort of at the behest of dozens, if not hundreds, of individual property owners. The other thing is that, when we write the zoning, we're doing it in the sort of context of, okay, the state has provided us with this compliance model tool that we're using to try to kind of meet their definition of reasonable size, and we're trying to hit this number of 423 unit capacity in East Milton and 618 in Milton Station. But again, as I said earlier, that's not a predictive tool about, how many units we can actually expect out of a given parcel. The compliance model is generating a unit capacity number strictly based on the, dimensional parameters that we plug in based on sort of what our zoning district is. It doesn't take into account anything else about existing infrastructure or topography or wetlands or any other land use regulations that we may have. And so even though the compliance model is saying like, okay, under these dimensional parameters, you may be able to build 100 units on 88 Wharf Street, that doesn't mean that 88 Wharf Street is going to build 100 units. And so all of that goes back to the idea of, if you were to do a traffic impact analysis, you would have to make so many different assumptions about so many unpredictable factors on an unknown timeline into the future that the results would be, I don't want to say useless, but very unreliable and not something you would want to sort of base a lot of your planning on.
Okay, thank you.
Allison?
Hi, thank you. So going off of what you said with the, I'm just curious if you've had the same guy who developed this modeling software, he's the same consultant that you're using for compliance. Have you had anybody else look at how we can comply as other consultants versus the same person that developed the software and also developed how we would comply?
So you're referring to RKG, which is our consultant that we're using for a fiscal impact analysis. RKG was one of a number of consultants that worked with the state to help develop the compliance model. So it wasn't just one guy in this consultant shop that did it. It was a collaborative effort between planners at the state level and a variety of consultants and other folks in the housing world, here in the Commonwealth. We are using RKG to develop a fiscal impact analysis. We are also working with another firm, Util is the name of that firm, that is helping us, basically run the compliance model. So, we give them geographies that we're looking to test. We give them dimensional parameters that we're looking to test, and they kind of help us, develop, what we hope would be compliant districts. So, RKG is working on one aspect of that project, but there's another firm that we're working with that's doing sort of strictly compliance modeling activities.
So who did RKG did the compliance to come up with these net new, and they'll also be doing the fiscal? So
No.
Who did if they did the compliance, this map, correct?
No, this map, we worked with the firm named Util is who we worked with on this particular map. And all of the sort of the modeled capacity numbers come out of their work with the compliance model.
Okay, and then so my follow-up is also too, is there a set, will we have a set number of units as a cap, like the 2461 unit, as Steve was kind of mentioning, that won't be a cap, or will it be a cap, or does it increase as the new units are built, like the 40Bs, like the 500 units from the 40B, or if larger lots are subdivided and additional single-family houses get built?
Right. So that's a good question. So that 2461 number, which is our unit capacity target to help determine that our district is what the state would consider to be a reasonable size, is based on a factor of our existing year-round housing number as of the 2020 census. So the state says we're going to plant a flag at 2020. It's the most recent decennial census data that we have. 25% of your year-round housing count. So we have in the town of Milton 2,461 units times 4. That's how many housing units we have in town as of the census. That number will not change. That is our compliance based on the guidelines as they exist today is based on those fixed numbers. So if a 40B goes up tomorrow, that doesn't mean that our, for the purposes of these guidelines, our year-round housing number does not go up a commensurate amount. And then, the state at some point has to sort of put their pencils down and say, you're responsible for these numbers as of this date, go ahead and do it. They understand that zoning is tough to do, and, a moving target like that would be very, very difficult for any town to try to achieve.
What happens if the guidelines change though, as they've changed, like, the last 3 times, so in August, and, they've changed them, like, there's nothing set in writing, so that number could not fluctuate, correct?
I mean, technically, you're right. But what I will say, and I've raised this exact question to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, because it's a concern that came up at the Warrant Committee the last time I was here. It's come up at the Planning Board. It's come up at every public meeting we've had. What happens when the guidelines change? And I think, people are, looking at these changes to the guidelines as sort of the sand shifting under our feet. But what you have to understand about the changes that have been made to the guidelines is they are changes that are based on huge statewide issues that have been under discussion since the law was first written. The first change in the guidelines that came out was, all right, you're allowed to do affordable housing. As soon as the first draft of the guidelines came out, everyone in the Commonwealth said, hey, wait a sec. What if we want to do inclusionary zoning? What if we want affordable housing? It was a huge part of the comment period that that the state had on the original guidelines. It was every community in the MBTA communities group was talking about it. So that was a huge issue, and they made a change to the guidelines to address that issue. The other big change to the guidelines was this mandatory mixed use issue. And again, this is another one that the moment the first draft of the guidelines came out, people were looking at their potential districts and saying, wow, we have all of our commercial tax base is in the transit area. We don't want to lose it. You all need to figure something out to help us do this. That one probably took a little bit longer because the solution that the state was able to come up with is frankly a little bit, it's a little bit jerry-rigged, based on some constraints that are in the legislation. But that was the second big change to the guidelines. And when I put this question to the state, I said, look, people are concerned. They see that the guidelines are changing. How do we know they're not going to change? And what they basically said was like, look, there are no more of these issues that are affecting the preponderance of MBTA communities. Every individual community has a problem with the guidelines. Milton is no different from Newton, is no different from Wellesley, is no different from other communities. But in terms of the types of issues that would have a broad effect on, dozens, if not every MBTA community, there are really no more of those issues that are sort of under discussion. And so, the state acknowledged, like, yes, there may be future changes to the guidelines, and, cities and towns would be sort of responsible for those. But in terms of what we can predict coming down the line, there's nothing on the horizon in terms of guideline changes.
I have another question. Did the bylaw set a number of bedrooms that would be allowed in the units?
No, and we're actually prohibited by statute from doing that. The statute says that housing in these zoning districts has to be available to families. I forget exactly what the terminology is, but the way that the guidelines interpret that is basically, you can't do bedroom restrictions in your zoning. One way to exclude families with children would be to say you can only do studios and 1-bedrooms. And so the way that you get around that and sort of enforce that requirement that it should be available to families with children is basically you can't put bedroom restrictions in your zoning.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, the only concern is that, we're rushing, we have 160 towns yet, so we don't know if the guidelines could change at any given point. The other thing I actually had a question about is that our parking, overnight parking, if we've determined parking spots, making a set number, additionally, if we have overnight parking, multiple cars, because this isn't a, this seems to be that people would drive to possibly this area to use. Where are these cars going to go? And additionally, on top of that, our handicap accessibility for using the trolley for 3 of the stops is there. It's not accessible. So has the select, they've gone back and said that we shouldn't be following the guidelines, and being in compliance because we're discriminating against our the people that can't, who are handicapped being able to access it?
So I'll start with that last part, and I would caution everyone against kind of making that claim. I have never seen any evidence in the form of a complaint or an action by the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, which enforces the Americans with Disabilities Act. I am not aware of any action against the T regarding the accessibility of the Mattapan trolley stations. It's understood that Valley Road is not accessible. It's clear as day. Everyone admits that and recognizes that. But from the T's perspective, and again, we have not seen anything otherwise. Milton Station, Central Ave Station, Capon Street, Cedar Grove, Mattapan Station are all considered to be accessible. And so unless, and we've heard this claim, elsewhere in other meetings, if there is documentation of that, I think it would be really important to see that. We haven't seen it yet. And so, again, I would hesitate to make that claim. The other thing I would say is that, the connection between the accessibility of the stations and the legality of our zoning is, frankly, I consider to be tenuous. If the stations aren't accessible, that is a problem. And that is a problem that the T needs to fix. The town, for its part, has been zealous in its advocacy of this issue. We went as far as to sue the MBTA over the staircase, at Milton Station. But the zoning, it's called MBTA community zoning, but the connection between the zoning and the use of the train stations is just not there. It would throw all of our zoning into illegality if there was a connection between Capon Street Station is inaccessible, so if you sell your house, you're committing an ADA violation. I mean, it's not something that I think would hold up. But I think, again, if there's an issue with accessibility at these T stations, I think that's an issue that we should raise with the T. I have not seen it raised yet, but obviously that's sort of yet to be determined. The question about parking. So with the exception of portions of the Granite Ave district in sort of the southern portion, all of our zoning sub-districts are either, within a half a mile of transit, or in the case of East Milton, the transit is not as good in East Milton, but it's an amenity-rich district, shopping, commercial amenities, civic amenities, and obviously, there is a bus that goes through East Milton. We have set parking maximums in our zoning, and it's really a means of trying to sort of toe a line between making sure that there's an ability to provide parking because, people, we're not downtown. These are transit-oriented districts. They're amenity-oriented districts. But we understand that, households may need to own, a vehicle. But at the same time, we don't want to create a artificial floor on parking that requires developers to build an amount of parking that they may not feel is necessary. For the type of development that they're building. And so I think our orientation towards building near transit, zoning near amenities is really meant to sort of give these developments the chance to be car light, if not car free. And so I think that combination of not over parking these developments, which, providing parking is sort of the number one guarantee that you're going to bring new cars into the district. Between that and the fact that we do have a restriction on overnight parking, we're feeling that that's going to be a sufficient deterrent from, okay, you're buying a condo and it's got one parking space, but you're going to bring 3 cars to it. Where are you going to park those other 2? We've got zoning policies in place to try to discourage that, and then we've got sort of transportation and parking policies in place to discourage that as well.
So let me just put a point on it just very quickly. The connection between accessibility and the T stations and the zoning is not tenuous, it's non-existent. The zoning is not discriminatory if the stations are inaccessible. I don't know what, again, so that's just, regardless of whether they're accessible or not, there is no connection between the two.
I think it's fair to say that, yes. Okay. Next was Tim Lyons.
Hey, Tim, couple of questions. For RKG, when is their product going to be finished?
We're expecting it soon. Our consultant had been out of state on another project last week.
And?
He's continuing to work this week, so it'll definitely be before town meeting, but I'm almost certain it'll be sooner than that. So I don't want to put an exact timeline on it, but within the next couple weeks.
Can I just ask I hate to interrupt, I just want to ask a clarification on that, because there was a little bit of back and forth on which are the different consultants. What is the product of the RKG? Are they the fiscal consultants?
Yes.
Are they the map consultants? Which ones were they, Tim?
So RKG is conducting a fiscal impact analysis
Thank you.
of the zoning.
Okay, Tim.
RKG's at least 30 days late on delivering their product, correct?
I would not say that.
Okay.
They're delivering the product was based on receiving materials and information from the planning board. And I think, part of the debate going on at the planning board was, a real desire to try to fine tune and kind of get right the boundaries of the sub-districts and kind of the composition of the sub-districts. And unfortunately, that composition and those boundaries of the sub-districts is a crucial input into RKG's analysis. So, they really couldn't get finalized on their product until the planning board settled on a set of sub-districts, which only happened a few weeks ago.
Okay, thank you on that. Can you combine multiple lots?
You could, yes. But
So
that's not taken into account in the modeling.
Why not?
Because the model isn't dynamic in that way, so it just doesn't assume that if you have two 5,000 square foot lots next to each other in separate ownership, it doesn't assume that those are going to be combined. And it's in the same way, it doesn't take a large lot and assume it's going to be subdivided. It deals with the lots that you have today, based on your parcel lines.
Is there a maximum that can be combined?
There's no, but it's kind of governed by, I guess economics. In the Elliott Street subdistrict, for instance, we set a maximum of 3 units on any given lot. So if you had, again, like I said, 2 5,000 square foot lots, you might combine them to make 1 zoning compliant lot. If you had 3 of them, you could combine them to make 2 zoning compliant lots. But, it wouldn't make sense to, combine, 5 lots thinking that you can get, 15 units if it didn't add up to, what the minimum lot size is. So there is an element of that sort of limit on an individual parcel being able to sort of support a certain number of units. And then, that's an issue that, we frankly don't see being an issue in some of the other sub-districts, because the other sub-districts have additional dimensional controls in terms of floor area ratio, open space, that, and quite frankly, there's not a lot of parcels to be combined in some of these other sub-districts. So it's really, it's a potential concern in the Elliott Street district, but again, because there's no potential for there to be, a large apartment building based on parcel consolidation, you're really kind of dealing with how many 7,500 square foot parcels can I get under a consolidation scheme.
Then one other question about the Mattapan district. The 2 lots that you added on, I think it's Elliott Circle, maybe?
Yes.
Are they height restricted, or are they able to go to 6 stories?
So they are not height restricted, right? So there's one height restriction in the district, and that's 6 stories. But there are other dimensional controls, right? So there's a floor area ratio control that basically says that, you can build Let me just see what the FAR that we have in Mattapan Station. So 1.1. So the amount of floor area that you can get on a parcel is equivalent to 1.1 times the lot area. So for the, sorry, I'm flying around here. For the Unquity House parcel, that gets you, more than 150 units, because, we want to see a big apartment building there. That's where you can do something that could potentially approach 6 stories. On any of those individual lots, your floor area ratio restriction is going to limit you before you get to even 3 stories, just in terms of the amount of buildable area that you're allowed to get. We're also in the process of, because this is something that came up at the select board, I believe last week, we're proposing a change that would effectively, in this district, set a minimum lot size and then set a kind of increment for additional units. Because again, our focus in the Mattapan Station district is, a feasible development on the Unquity House site. So basically what we're proposing, and this is subject to approval by the select board, is a 5,000 square foot lot size, which obviously the Unquity House parcel far exceeds, and then you get an additional unit for every 1,000 square feet of lot area. So that allows that kind of significant buildup in the on the Unquity House portion, and then takes these other parcels and really kind of modulates the potential development that could happen on these house lots. In fact, a bunch of these house lots actually wouldn't even be eligible under that scheme because they're less than 5,000 square feet. But again, under that proposed scheme, you've got the FAR, floor area ratio restriction, open space restriction, setback restrictions, and then that increment of 1,000 square feet per new unit.
And I have one other question. I don't know who it should be directed to. Who's going to own the infrastructure upgrades? The builder or the town? For like sewer, water, electric?
So the developer will bear a lot of the costs. I mean, I think it'll probably differ by the development and where it's put in and what's required,
Say
and
we
who the
put-
developer is, whether it's public or private.
Say you put 70 houses on Elliott Street.
So 70 houses on Elliott Street. So that would be, let's say that would be incremental, right? It'd be 70 houses over 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years. So I guess it would really depend, right? I mean, if it's one house in the next 3 years, maybe we have the capacity for that. If it's 5 houses in the next 20 years, maybe we have the capacity for that. I think it really depends. I mean, Tim, you may have a different view of that, but I think it's hard to, in that one, and with a lot of these, it's hard to judge it because there's so many different variables, right?
So is that the last guy in gets holding the bag for a sewer upgrade?
What's that?
Is it like, say you go out 10 or 12 years,
Right.
and now we're at, the main line can't handle anything else?
Right. Well,
Does the town own it, or
I-
does the developer sitting there
Yeah.
holding the bag?
I mean, I think along the lines, I would hope that the town would keep abreast of that so that we know how much it is incrementally increasing, right? So that we would be able to get the developers to commit to helping us out with that. So
Have you done capacity?
have I
reviews?
done capacity? I have not. The select board has done no capacity. I
So
don't
this
know.
is your article, and
Yes,
you don't know
that's
what, for capacity? The system,
I'm sorry,
how much water sewer can go through the lines?
where?
On anywhere, Elliott Street in particular, if it's
Right now, we have the capacity for it.
for all those units?
No, right now, we have the capacity for what's there.
That's what I'm asking.
Right, that's
So
correct.
We don't know moving forward?
Well, we'll be responsible for making sure that we do.
All right, so the town's gonna own it, so that's a cost.
No,
we're
no,
gonna
no,
have
no,
to
no.
incur.
Well, so let's be clear, right? When we'll be responsible for making sure that the town can handle it. Now, to the extent that we can work with the developers to make sure that we don't bear all the costs, I would hope we would do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it? You're good? Okay, thank you. Julie Joyce.
Hi, thank you. So we keep talking about parking and cars and traffic and all that, and anybody who is in Milton is probably, familiar with what happened with the severe overdevelopment and crowding in South Boston, which did nothing but push families out and become a really transient area. And all of the no parking needed didn't keep people from buying cars. It just made sure that people jam-packed every street, and local businesses couldn't get deliveries, and the people who were especially longtime residents and the elderly had to go out and petition the city of Boston for handicap placards in order to park their cars there. And I bet you anything that if you ask somebody if they could have gone back 25 years ago in South Boston, what they could have done, and they would have been on top of this stuff where we are now, and not say, well, we're gonna hope, and well, maybe. And if, for us to be moving something forward when the entire town is screaming about traffic and parking, and it's already getting really aggressive on the streets, right? And we're not thinking about this, and we're not bringing it up, and we're not saying, hey, if this is transit-oriented development, that means we should be able to limit any cars registered to these addresses, and do it now, and make sure people, before they get in there, they know that. Because we're gonna have a massive problem on our hands with this many new developments on top of the 40B and everything else that's coming up. And if we do not address aggressively the parking, the traffic, the cars. And any single person who's in this, I lived in Dorchester for 25 years, I grew up in Milton, and the people, and I sell real estate, that doesn't have parking, but you know what everybody has? They have a car. And you know what's cheaper to do? Park on the street and get the ticket. That's what happens, and we're all gonna pay for it. And I'm not opposed to housing by any means. That's how I feed my family. But I am opposed to things not being thought out ahead of time, and then trying to go backwards and say things like, oh, well, we'll get the developer to pay for it, or, you don't need cars. Everybody has a car. They're not getting rid of them. Even if they take the train, they drive the train to the car. And North Quincy's all developed, so there's no parking there. We have people driving in from Dorchester, Mattapan. I did it myself, and park over at the, park over in front of Stale and Ryan over there to go hop in the trolley. And we have to think of these things, because, you can't unring that bell. So, thank you.
Thank you, Julie Joyce. Kristen is next.
Actually, I put my hand down. I'm all set for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Then we'll move on to Amanda. Amanda.
Hello. Thanks. Tim, I had a question about, I think it's Granite Ave North. Is that the one where there are the what did you call it? The three properties? Was it State DPW? Is that area? Is that?
Yeah, it's.
So with that land, how much of that, and there's a reason I'm asking this, how much of that is state-owned land?
So the larger portion, can you see the screen right now?
Yep.
Yeah, so the larger kind of point, it's like a knife. The tip of the knife is sort of the state portion. So that northern part where the salt shed and maintenance yard is, and then the southern part is the park and ride lot. That's all one parcel, state-owned.
Okay.
That little strip is we used to think it was a rail right-of-way, but it's something that's not developable. And then the bottom portion is the American Legion Hall.
Okay. So the reason I ask is I know that this is, housing is big on Governor Healy's agenda, obviously, and there's a lot that she's done. But my understanding is that I think she recently came out with something, and they were looking to find sort of all developable state land. And so knowing that they're looking for other places where housing can go in. So I guess my question / concern is, if the state decided that this was developable land and they took it, would they have to go by any of our guidelines, or could they just develop it however they choose to develop it?
It's a good question. One thing you have to remember is, the reason why this is in one of our sub-districts is because it does have a recent history of sort of potential disposition by the state. And it was identified in our housing production plan as a strategic housing site. I think the last kind of serious foray into this was in 2013, 2014, to the point we put together a Granite Ave, study group to kind of talk about potential uses of this site. But, it's always been kind of on the radar as a potential housing site. And so I think you're right that, the current administration has put a priority on using state land, to develop housing. I think the answer to your question kind of depends on the mechanism by which the state, would be looking to develop. The state, famously not subject to local zoning. And the example I'll give is, again, on this property. After they kind of pulled it off the market, for disposition, there was a proposal to do a MassDOT regional headquarters building on the site. Obviously, that's not something we have zoning for, but the state could build that if they wanted to. They have the right to build state facilities on state land. In a housing situation, it's less likely that the state would retain ownership, more likely that they would dispose of the land to a private developer. Who would develop a project based on an RFP that the state put out, again, based on their own priorities, in which case they'd either transfer ownership or do a 99-year lease or whatever. In that case, there's more of an argument that local zoning or some other kind of entitlement process, would govern there. I think one of the things that is kind of animating our thought process around Granite Ave is that for the purposes of MBTA communities, there are certain, metrics that we need to hit, in terms of overall density, unit capacity, the amount of units that are in the transit area versus outside of the transit area. So there are a lot of different factors that are sort of, pushing units some places and pulling some units, to other places. But I think when we think about this site and we think about the state ownership of it, it's actually a relatively unique proposition because typically when the state is doing projects of this magnitude, if they were to decide to do a project here, it really tends to be a collaborative process with, I'll use the term host community, for lack of a better term, where there is collaboration on, what's going to go into a request for proposals to dispose of this land. What does the underlying zoning say? Okay, it says this, but, when we talk to people on Cortlandt Circle, when we talk to people in town, when we analyze the conditions, what is actually kind of the sort of the most appropriate form of development here. And I think, related to our previous discussion about infrastructure, the other thing that makes the Granite Ave site unique is that Granite Ave in this portion is a state highway. This is owned by MassDOT. Any development project that happens on a MassDOT roadway needs a MassDOT access permit. So if you're going to be putting traffic onto a MassDOT road, there's an analysis that goes into that, and there are conditions that are put on that access permit. So what you've got is state-owned property on a state-owned road. The state has to give itself the access permit. And so there's really a unique opportunity to time and to kind of synchronize upgrades, changes, improvements to the state infrastructure in terms of Granite Ave with a potential development project if it ever happens. The other thing to remember is that, if we zoned or didn't zone, the governor still said that she wanted to use state-owned property for housing development. And irrespective of what the zoning is here, I don't know for a fact that this is a target site for them. I have no special insight into that. But if they did decide, this is a great site for a project, they're going to do it, zoning or not.
Right. Okay. And then thank you for all of that. I appreciate it. And then I have a follow-up question, and I don't know if it would be for you or for Mr. Zulus. But so when it first started, it was that you could lose access, I'm not going to say it appropriately, to 3 grants. And then now I think it's increased to 13. And I guess my question is, one, could you see that increasing? I guess a concern would be, could they increase the number of grants that discretionary grants that towns don't have access to, should there be non-compliance? And then I think the second one, the follow-up question is, I guess more specifically, people keep using the number of 35,000, but I wonder if we've really looked at how much we've gotten from some of those discretionary grants in the past, like specifically MassWorks or any of those, and is it actually higher? And then are there other things, I guess is that number accurate? And have we really looked at all of the discretionary grants that we've received to know that that piece is that financial number is accurate? But that's understanding that you can't say you're going to not comply and just risk the grants. But I think the other piece is, and do we really have a clear understanding of what the true financial impact of that could be in addition to any legal piece? Sorry, my question's clear. Sorry.
No, I get it 100%. So when we say that $35,000 number, that is a sort of a kind of an average of funding that we've gotten in the recent past from the Local Capital Projects Fund in the form of state subsidies to the Milton Housing Authority. So that's where that number comes from. The town has been the direct beneficiary of one MassWorks grant. I believe it was either 2011 or 2012, in the amount of $1 million. So that was more than 11 years ago. I don't know for a fact that we have applied for subsequent MassWorks grants. So it's kind of a tough thing to say, like, oh, we're missing out on, we haven't really been in the game, to get that funding. And, the thing, to the previous question about, infrastructure upgrades, it's kind of, they're trying to create a virtuous cycle here, where, if in fact you do need to upgrade your sewer or water or other infrastructure, due to MBTA communities, that puts you in a good position to get a MassWorks grant to do that. And so I think that's part of what the state is looking for, of like, look, you want to be eligible for these grant programs, you're going to need to be eligible for these grant programs. The additional ones that, so those are the three, and Housing Choice is the other one. We're not a Housing Choice community. We're not eligible. Those are the grants that are laid out in the statute. In one of those subsequent updates to the guidelines that the state put out, they identified 13 additional grant programs that the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities has discretionary approval over. So these are competitive grants that you apply to EOLHC, and they decide based on their internal criteria, you get the grant, you don't get the grant. And so there are a number of these. The community planning grant is one of them. I know for a fact we've gotten $80,000 in community planning grants because I applied for them, and they've gone towards paying consultants for MBTA communities. I don't know if we've gotten much of that grant in the past. There are a number of grants that are just not applicable to Milton. Some of them are related to gateway cities. Some of them are related to urban renewal. Some of them are related to kind of brownfields redevelopment. But a couple of them that I think are really relevant is one of them is a land acquisition grant program that the state runs. That if you have an up-to-date open space and recreation plan, which we are working on and hope to have done within the next in calendar 2024, we are now eligible for funding to acquire new open space. Which, if we were not compliant, we would then lose eligibility for that grant program. The other big one is the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program, MVP for short. And this is a program that is the primary source of funding for climate change resiliency projects that the state has. We've gotten, I don't have a dollar figure, it's not 6 figures, but it's 5 figures in MVP grant funding to do a municipal vulnerability plan. And this identifies a number of capital, infrastructure, other types of projects to help us with climate change resiliency, flood resiliency, sea level rise, heat island effect, all of these pernicious effects of climate change. We have a plan to sort of engage in a number of implementation projects that, the sources of funds for that are either our own capital funds or other kind of budgetary resources, or the MVP grant program. So this is a program that we've gotten, some money from in the past. We're counting on getting more money from it in the future to kind of implement our municipal vulnerability plan. And then I think the final part of your question about, are there other, programs that could potentially be, included? It's a tough question to predict. HLC has identified pretty much all of the grant programs that they have sole discretionary authority over and have said, we're taking compliance into consideration for these. In order for other grant programs or other kind of funding programs to be put at risk, you would then have to have kind of additional coordination at the state executive level of, I hesitate to even speculate, but you would need to take other departments and other secretariats at the state level and say, look, this is a statewide issue. We're taking MBTA communities compliance into account for all of this stuff. That hasn't happened yet. There's nothing that says it couldn't happen, except if there are other kind of statutory requirements where, formula-based funds that are kind of not discretionary probably would not be at risk unless there was some sort of change in legislation.
So if I could just add, it goes beyond the grants. The Attorney General has said that her office is going to take civil enforcement actions against communities that don't comply. Now, we don't know what those remedies, what those court-ordered remedies will be, whether there'll be some kind of remedy for specific developers, whether there'll be a financial remedy, but we do know that there will be civil enforcement actions taken. And so, it would be easy, I think, for me to say, well, we need to not agree with this because there are parking problems, there are infrastructure problems, there are all of these issues that make it bad for this community and that it changes the character of this community, so we need to fight this and not comply with this. I could do that, and it might be popular and it might be political, but it would be a grave disservice to this community because this is going to happen. We had a Republican governor propose this. It was overwhelmingly approved by a Democratic legislature, which empowered a state agency to enact the guidelines. So this is going to happen. The only issue, it seems to me, from the Select Board's discussion is, are we going to take control of it and have some say in the dimensional parameters, the site requirements, and some say into how this is done? Or are we just going to lie down and have it done to us, the way we did with affordable housing in this town? We didn't comply with the 10% of affordable housing for decades, and we got run over by 40Bs as a result. And so I think it's fair to say from the Select Board's view, it's a question for town meeting. Do we want to take control of this and actually have zoning, have dimensional requirements, have site approval requirements, or do we want to just have it done to us? And so I think the grant programs are an issue, but at least in my view, I think the issue of civil enforcement by the Attorney General, joining with developers or not, would be more of an issue for this town.
Steve?
Trying to get my head back after the long overview of the grant, so it sounds like minimal impact on that based on our plan for a while. I've got a couple questions. Mr. Zulus, maybe you can answer these questions. Earlier thinking, it seems that there was...
Sorry, I can't hear. I don't know if your mic is on or not.
Yeah, sorry about that. It was off.
No worries.
All right. So, earlier thinking, if I'm not wrong, there were different neighborhoods or regions of the town included. For example, Columbine, which seems like it's aligned pretty well to where the train is, and now it's not in there. The first question I have is, why was that removed? What was the thinking behind that?
So in a lot of respects, we took our lead from the planning board discussions, the planning department, and the consultants. And as I understand it, a lot of it is, the calculations had to do with density and the acreage requirements. And so that all fit into the model. So I don't remember right now what came out. Maybe Tim remembers what came out in that area and why it came out. But as I sit here, I don't remember that. I think that might have been if it was the case, I think it was pretty early on, so.
Yeah.
Tim, I don't know if you have any,
Yeah,
Any-
so, and this has been a kind of a back and forth, you know, and, you know, Mike is right. You know, this was a topic of immense discussion at the planning board over the course of many months. And it really has to do with, you know, there are kind of state-imposed constraints via the statute. You know, you've got to have 15 units per acre, you know, et cetera, et cetera. The guidelines, which have more specificity about all of that, and sort of the way that the model works, kind of has additional constraints. And then there are self-imposed constraints that we have kind of put a flag down and said, you know, we don't want to do this, and we've got to avoid doing this. You know, and try to find other solutions. And so I think this played out in the Elliott Street corridor in the sense of the way that the state defines multifamily, and that's a definition in statute. It's a building with 3 or more units in it, or a parcel that has multiple buildings with multiple units. So on the one end, a 3-family house is the smallest multifamily house you can have under one definition, and a parcel with 2-family houses is the smallest multifamily that you can have under the other set of conditions. And so you could obviously have a parcel that has 3 families, or 6 2 families, or whatever. And then obviously you can have an apartment building of any size. So when we look at the Elliott Street corridor, I mean, you can see it on the screen. These parcels are not big. There really isn't space on a lot of these parcels for more than 3 units. And we made the decision relatively early on that we were not going to push the density envelope in the Elliott Street corridor. So we weren't going to say you can have 6 units on a 7,500 square foot parcel. Now, that housing type exists in the world. You can go up and down any street in Dorchester, Mattapan, Hyde Park, and find, you know, 6-unit apartment houses on thin sliver lots. You know, it exists. But it's not something that really exists in the town of Milton. And, you know, the thing that we, you know, and I've said this at every public meeting, we know and we understand that the town of Milton treasures the physical character of its neighborhoods. And so keeping that density on a parcel by parcel basis low in this district is the thing that kind of, you know, we've got to do it, but this is as high as we're going to get, and it's really low. So when you get into some of those parcels in the Columbines that are, you know, now approaching, I mean, this is predominantly the C zone. C zone is a 7,500 square foot minimum lot size under our current zoning. Once you get south into the Columbines, once you start to get down into Central Ave over there, you're getting into a B zone with 20,000 square foot minimum lot size. Those parcels are much bigger. But the sort of the same principle was still kind of animating our thinking that, like, yes, these are bigger parcels, but we don't want to incentivize teardowns. We don't want to kind of, you know, you look at this map, you see the tree cover, you see, you know, everyone knows how lovely these neighborhoods are. You know, we don't want to kind of roll over and, you know, again, if you've got a 20,000 square foot parcel, you know, you could be off to the races if you wanted to, you know, highly develop that parcel. But we're not interested in doing that. And so the consequences of that for modeling is, you know, we had talked at one point of doing a sort of a tiered system in the Elliott Street corridor, where on a 7,500 square foot lot, you could do 3 units, and I forget if it was 10 or 15,000 square feet. On a larger lot, you could do 4 units. And the implications for that kind of manifested themselves in the overall density of the district. So if you have 3 units on a 5,000 square foot parcel, you can extrapolate that out to be, you know, it's probably a little bit more than 15 units per acre. 3 units on a 7,500 square foot parcel, you're probably a little bit below 15 units per acre at that point. Once you start to get onto those bigger parcels, you know, 3 units on a 10,000 square foot parcel, 4 units on a 12,000, 15,000, 20,000 square foot parcel, now you're way below 15 units per acre. And the way that they calculate the overall density is basically they say, what is your unit capacity? And that's a number that they calculate, you know, based on your zoning parameters. and then what's your density denominator is the term that they use. And that's basically the area of the subdistrict minus the street right-of-way, minus wetlands, minus public parks. Undevelopable land is kind of taken out of that. And then it's a simple division problem, right? And so when you have large parcels that don't have a lot of units on them, it's dragging down your overall density number because that denominator number is still very big because the parcels are big, but the unit count number is small because you're only allowing 3 or 4 units on these really big parcels. And so ultimately what we decided was rather than, and you can make that up in other sub-districts. So if we, said you can do a jillion units on Unquity House, then we could kind of even out our kind of overall density and still be able to do that. But we tried to, and it may not look it, but we are trying to do the lowest possible density in every sub-district that kind of still contributes to the overall figures that we're trying to hit. And so that's really just a long way of saying that the Elliott Street corridor is shaped this way to really kind of, with almost surgical precision, try to get that overall density figure for the whole zoning district at 15 units per acre.
Okay. I think just one follow-up question, and this one on top of mind here. Little concerning that the planning board doesn't have an article in here, and that the select board does, when it's the planning board's job to do this. To what level have you used have they been helping to inform your article, and how do they stand in support for your article, or do they support your article that's in front of us today? I'm just curious because it seems this is a big ask, and I can't speak for anybody else. I certainly feel the pressure, right? Whether it gets done, I think development is great. I think we need it. I'm just trying to make sure we do it right. So I'm trying to understand where we all stand. 'Cause there's a lot of meetings happening.
So Steve, my understanding is that the planning board, I don't know if they've actively voted not to support this, or they just haven't voted to support this, or voted to support something, but they don't, but my understanding is they haven't voted to support this, and they may have actively voted not to support it. That I'm not positive about. So I can tell you that, as I remember the discussion at the select board, the idea was to give town meeting the opportunity to decide. Town meeting, the idea was town meeting should be able to decide before December 31st whether it wants to comply or not. And the select board waited really until the last minute. And select board voted on this article on September 5th. September 5th gave the planning board the 65-day statutory requirement, 65 days to have a public hearing, and then 21 days on top of that to do a report if they wish, right? And so that was 86 days. And that took you right up until about the Friday before town meeting. So we really went right up to the deadline. We didn't have an article from the planning board. We have said throughout that we look forward to and welcome an article, and have been getting the feedback as filtered through Tim from their meetings, but recognizing always that they didn't support what we're doing, but just, getting the feedback. So I would say overall, it was a desire on the part of the select board to give town meeting the chance to decide one way or the other. And the only way to do that is to have an article. And the only way to have an article was to get one going on September 5th.
And so for my part, to answer that question, you can imagine how little I want to be the face of this, right? This is the planning board typically initiates and generates zoning. The planning board has been very active in discussions of how to comply with MBTA communities. And the sort of the typical kind of, process, and I'll kind of start at the very beginning. When we brought, UTIL is the planning consulting firm that we've been working with to help us with, working with the compliance model, the first thing that we asked them was, model the entire half-mile radius around transit. and just see, let's say 3 units an acre or 3 units a lot, just some general zoning parameters, and just give us a baseline for whatever. And from there, you got to the maps that you see. And a part of that was, okay, we're going to whittle down that half mile, and now we need to add in other sub-districts. And, you may have alluded, earlier to, there were other districts, there's a district on Brush Hill Road that was considered. There was a district on Randolph Ave that was considered. These are all ideas that were generated by the planning board for our consultants to test. And so what you had was an iterative process of feedback, based on a test run of the compliance model that our consultants then sort of took back to their shop, incorporated that feedback on district boundaries, on dimensional parameters, on other priorities, and then came back to the planning board and said, we listened to your feedback, here's what we generated. The planning board looked at that and said, okay, what if we change this? And, we think that we should do this. So all of that was an iterative process over the course of weeks and months that kind of led to these district boundaries and the general language that's in the article that's under consideration. I developed that article based on sample language that the state created. It's not exactly plug and play, but it almost is, where they give you a skeleton of an article, you plug in your dimensional parameters, your identifying of your sub-districts. So even though the planning board hasn't taken sort of a vote to approve this, I think a lot of what you see here is based on feedback and priorities that were identified by the planning board. 7,500 square foot minimum lot size in the Elliott Street corridor is a good example. We started with 5,000 square feet as a minimum lot size because that's frankly the prevailing lot size, in this district. And if you had done that in this district,
Tim,
that
we're
has
really getting
implications.
into the weeds here on that, if we may. We've got some other questions with regards to this. I have several other people. So suffice it to say that you worked with the planning board in creating the article?
Yes.
Thank you. Ron?
Tim, thanks for the information, very helpful. I listened to the planning board's public hearing last week, and I think the commentary, questions, and discussion from the public and the board members was great. And I think there are a lot of really good questions that were raised and a lot of good responses. And I think I can see your brain just throbbing with all the information that's in there. So it gives me a headache just thinking about how hard your job is. So the question I have is, assuming that town meeting votes to support the article at our upcoming meeting, what are the 1 or 2 biggest risks that you see in compliance? Because I think you have to support this because of your job, but obviously you didn't create this law, you didn't write the regulations, you didn't write the guidelines. So you are forced into a position where you need to advocate for this, but you still have an opinion on what, as a town official, creates the most risk for us in compliance. And I think the same question would go to you, Mr. Zulus. What were the 2 things you would worry about when we do this? Thank you.
Do you want to go first, Tim?
Sure. It's a good question. It's like a job interview. You're like, what is your greatest weakness? Well, I work too hard. I don't know. So, you're right. And I've made no secret of the fact that I do think that we need more housing development, in the town of Milton. And I do believe that this is a good law. And I think it's a very useful tool for helping achieve, some of those goals. I think, I don't necessarily consider it, I wouldn't call it a risk. I think some of the guidelines are trying to go a little too far in preempting bad actors rather than kind of helping towns do what's best for them. A really good kind of simple example is the recent change we made to the Mattapan Station subdistrict, where, we're really only talking about an apartment building on the Unquity House site if that owner decides to redevelop. But we had to fold in those additional house lots to get to a acreage according to the guidelines. And we'd be much better off if they gave us flexibility in terms of, yeah, you can have a 4-acre sub-district, that's fine. We don't think that we have that flexibility, and so we wanted to make sure we were by the letter of the guidelines. And so it's not a risk necessarily, but the constraints that are in the guidelines and the constraints that are in sort of the modeling process have caused us to make some decisions that if there were more flexibility, maybe we wouldn't have made. I think obviously the unpredictability is a risk. Because especially, and I've kept the Elliott Street Corridor District up because it's got the most parcels in it. But, there are hundreds of property owners here, and we just don't know, when they'll make a decision to redevelop, if they ever make a decision to redevelop. Now, I think the benefit of this district is because the parcels are so small and the density is so relatively low, that any one given decision is not going to be, it's not going to have a dramatic impact one way or the other. I don't think everyone will decide to redevelop at the same time, but there's no certainty in that. And I think, when you look at some of the other larger parcels, there are reasons to believe that, the owners of 131 Elliott Street aren't going to redevelop anytime soon. But we don't know, what the owner of 2 Granite Ave is going to do. I mean, that office building is a going concern, but, you saw the lease sign that just went up, just the other day. So who knows? Maybe residential development is more attractive to that property owner. So I think, again, because we're rezoning so many different parcels, it's tough to pin down that certainty. And I know members of the Warrant Committee, members of town meeting, everybody wants that certainty. Everybody wants that predictability. Everyone wants to know, is something bad going to happen? And I think we can make, reasonable predictions, based on the past, based on other precedents in other cities and towns, that, no, 100 different property owners are not going to, on the same day or the same year or even the same decade, going to decide we want to change our 1-family house into a 3-family house. But you can't guarantee that for people. And so I think, the requirement that we have to zone for so much, does create that uncertainty for people.
And I would just add, I consider the biggest risk to be noncompliance, because when you don't comply, you lose control, you have no opportunity to manage, you lose the dimensional requirements, the site approval all the requirements that are built into the 20-some-odd pages of this proposal. I hearken back to this town's issue over the last 5 years with 40Bs, and that was solely as a result of the fact that we did not comply, and we were fooled into believing that we didn't need to comply. And so I think that's the greatest risk.
I agree, that's a great risk.
You good, Ron? Thank you. Allison.
Let me get my, I had one, you get my question. I have notes. I just had a question about if these were built out and we had all these people go into the trolley, would we be able to, because if we are considering ourselves a rapid transit and it's being classified, could we fit all the people at the morning commute? And is there an 8 to 10 year plan for the trolley?
So there is an 8 to 10 year plan for the trolley. The T has, people are aware of the Mattapan line transformation project. That is a project that is going to be in the, Nick, do you remember what % design they were targeting for the end of the year?
I think it was 15% by the end of this calendar year.
So they'll be at 15% design, which is sort of, kind of public procurement terminology that kind of is a threshold, by which kind of you can enter a next phase of planning and budgeting and permitting, based on how much you've designed that project. And that project is about bringing stations up to accessibility and bringing stations up to the capabilities of having new rolling stock on the line. So that project is about retiring the PCC cars that are currently on the Mattapan trolley and bringing into service what they call Type 9 cars, which are currently the newest cars on the Green Line. Much greater capacity on those cars, much more reliability in terms of, they still manufacture them as opposed to having to go to a blacksmith to kind of fabricate parts. And they also run in conditions where the PCC cars, if there's heavy snow, they've got to divert the trolley. That's not the case with this new rolling stock. So that is a medium to long range capital plan on the T's part. That plan still needs funding for implementation, but the design is kind of approaching a point where they can start to plan for that. In the immediate term, I think there's still plenty of capacity on the Mattapan trolley. I think you've heard it in our...
not let people take it.
Well, exactly. You've heard it in public meetings, and people will say, how can we be rapid transit if only 2 people got on Capon Street? I hear that and I say there's plenty of room, for new people to get on. So I think this is something where, this is a constant kind of back and forth between the T and communities, the T and other elements of the state, where kind of what drives, enhanced service on a line. And I think what we found time in and time out in communities is that the T is not going to go out of its way to run more service. The T needs to be compelled to run more service because the demand increases. And so I think that's why you see the state legislature saying, like, all right, we want people living on the T so that they can use the capacity that's there and also build up the demand for additional capacity.
So I would.
Yeah, I guess then it goes against, like, basically the goal, though, of, because you're going to have at least one car, and then obviously there's going to be, they only can park at Central is really the only place they could park. And so if they were going green, you still have that carbon emissions that they will say that will be generated from this. But going to another point that was made, if, we're kind of missing things, though, so we're putting the cart before the horse of, so the resources that we need to look at how our town will be affected, pipes, sewer, and the grants. So have you been able to put together exact information of what grants and how much money, going back to that point? Because additionally, I do want to point something out that was said at a select board meeting, that we would lose 24 million in regards to building a new school. That's not accurate. And I'm just really cautious that the public's aware of that, because there's many reasons. We're submitting in this, we would know before the compliance anyways. But additionally, we've already spent, most of it building the other schools, and that's why we haven't gotten money in the last times that we've been applying. So I think it's important to, when we talk about making accurate statements, we kind of address that, that important one for everyone as well. So I'm just wondering if we're missing information, in regards to being able to put that together of the grants and the amount of money, because there's some that you said, like, we wouldn't even be eligible for, and then also like what we would be and how much. Thanks.
So that sounds like a rhetorical question, Allison. Was that an actual question?
So there's okay, sorry about that. Let me rephrase that. There's no piece of paper that writes down every grant and what we're getting? I guess that's pretty much a yes, or we don't have a paper that you could supply the warrant or the town meeting that shows the amount of money.
So that piece of paper doesn't exist today. It will be relatively easy to make it exist. I'm trying not to overstate the sort of the grant situation. I think that it's always a bad situation to leave money on the table with the state, but I also don't want to say that we've been kind of rolling in millions of dollars from these state grant programs. We got $1 million in MassWorks 12 years ago. We haven't gotten MassWorks money since. We haven't tried to get MassWorks money since. We're not eligible for the Housing Choice Initiative, so we've never gotten a Housing Choice grant. The Local Capital Projects Fund is it's not competitive. It's appropriated every year by the legislature. The most recent budget that the state legislature passed actually kind of sidesteps MBTA communities and basically says, we're going to continue to subsidize local housing authorities at, the sort of the typical levels. So that is money that is still kind of going to be flowing to the Milton Housing Authority. And then the additional grant programs that the state identified, I can get a figure for you for how much money we've gotten in MVP grant funding. Like I said, it's not 6 figures, it's 5 figures. But it is a grant program that we would want to avail ourselves of in the future to pretty much the maximum capacity. We'll get a number, before town meeting. But I don't want to dismiss the question because I think it's an important one, but I also don't want to kind of overstate the case that, this grant program, factor is the primary driving factor of our compliance. I think, what Mike Zulis just identified earlier, the sort of the unknowns around non-compliance.
But I think yeah, I agree with that. But at the same time, like, I do think that it's important that I know that, compliance, and we like to stress that, but we have to worry about the fiduciary responsibility of our town residents and what that means to our sewers, every possible thing. And it sounds like we're missing a lot of information. So, and I appreciate everything you do, but that's why I think the planning board is taking a lot longer and they're being a lot more thorough about it because, they're listening to the residents. This stuff was voted on very quickly without having all the information. And I just think it's, as a town, compliance sounds great and ideal if we had everything to comply, like, so that we were all prepared for what our town would change and what would happen to it. But again, thank you very much.
Tim?
Just 2 quick questions. Is the town going to adopt a new energy stretch code, the enhanced stretch code?
When was that? Was that an issue from last spring?
2024, it's not this year.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard if I'm a contractor.
Yeah.
I haven't heard if we're doing it or not, this is supposed to be green initiative.
I don't remember.
Mandated for those
I
projects?
don't remember what we ended up doing at town meeting last year on that.
It hasn't gone to town meeting yet.
Oh, it hasn't?
Brought
Oh,
to town
okay.
meeting for adoption. There is a climate action planning committee. I know it's something that they would certainly be looking at, but there's nothing to report on that yet. Hasn't gone to town meeting yet. Very well could, but has not yet.
It came to us, though, at some point. It came to the select
I
board.
think as the background.
Oh, all right. Okay, well, there you go.
Information line.
Okay, there you go.
One other quick one on overnight parking. Overnight parking's zoning, right?
It's a bylaw. It's a bylaw.
It's hard on Zoom to hear everyone.
sorry?
Are people
Oh.
on?
Maybe, is your microphone? Yeah.
My mic was off, sorry. For the overnight parking, can we mandate towing after 2 tickets, 1 ticket? 'Cause where I live, there's cars that park from other streets, and you can't even get out the
Yeah.
end of it.
I don't believe that.
Get 10 tickets, 12 tickets.
Yeah, I don't believe the remedy is in the bylaw. It could be, but I don't remember seeing that in the bylaw. So, enforcement is done, as you know, by the Milton Police. So, we could look into, what their, how they do it, whether they just go with tickets and whether there are any alternatives to that.
Yeah, they don't, I live in the LA corridor, they don't tow, they just ticket.
So they just ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Julie Joyce?
Hi, thank you. So I had a question, just going back to something said earlier about where the maps end. So if you're the next house after this zone ends, and you want to, you're limited by your current zoning, but the guy next door was able to just put 2 or 3 units on his lot of land. So the precedent is set. And people feel that they should have that right too, and they request a variance from the town, or they go to the zoning board. Is that something that we have sort of figured out or thought about on what's gonna happen when the guy down the street says it's unfair that he can't now have an income property, while that guy can?
So a couple things there. If typically, so what we're talking about when we talk about the difference between single family and multifamily is what would be called it's a use as opposed to a dimension. So if you've ever had to do anything on your property and you have to go to the Board of Appeals, our Board of Appeals, we'll give out dimensional variances. And that means, if you're building an accessory building, in the rear setback, or you're putting on a dormer or a deck and it kind of goes into a setback, there's precedent for kind of giving those. They're much more stingy with what we call use variances, where basically you live in a single family zone and you want to have your land be a commercial use, for instance. You don't see that very often, if at all. The standards for a use variance are extremely strict. The findings that the Board of Appeals has to make are very, very, very strict. And so this would be a circumstance where yes, if you are on the line and you're on the wrong side of the line, you could ask the Board of Appeals for a variance for anything you want. The likelihood of getting it, especially given the fact that, this is, a highly discussed and debated, zoning change, the likelihood of getting a use variance so that, I'm not in the MBTA community zone, but I'm going to get the same land use rights as someone that is, obviously the Board of Appeals can make whatever decision it wants based on its reading of the law, but we haven't seen that sort of thing happen very often, if at all, in the past. I think if, MBTA community zoning is implemented and people start to see, we'd like to expand the district, or, we'd like to make a proposal to include certain properties, that would ultimately be a town meeting decision, because you'd be amending the zoning map, which is something that the town meeting has to decide on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I just had another part of that, I'm sorry, is just, as far as, what was my other question here? Is there any thought to giving the ability to develop and to make sure that it goes to town residents first and not allowed outside developers to come in and do this as so much of a real for-profit, thing to do? My thing is, I know I just heard that the, Republican governor had approved this and Haley and all that, but, it was a governor who was on his way out and didn't have to worry about election. So that this was thrown out on his way out the door as a kiss. And, this is a good chance. I've heard multiple people talk about trying to get this on a ballot to voters. So if this does happen and this gets thrown out, then where are we? Can this get reversed? Are we stuck? Are we, how permanent is this? Because I've heard an awful lot of people not happy about it.
So I heard two questions there. The first one being about, limitations to sort of town residents. Unfortunately, in a by right zoning scheme, you can't control who people sell their homes to. And ultimately that's kind of where it stands. One thing that we can do on some of the larger developments, when it comes to the required affordable units, which, we haven't talked about it much, but there is a 10% affordability requirement that's in the zoning. We're looking into methods for expanding that. We can exert a local preference in an affordable housing lottery, where, up to 70% of affordable units could be set aside in a separate lottery for town residents. But for normal sort of private market, market rate transactions, we're not able to limit, who property owners can sell to or who developers can sell to. If they,
But we couldn't limit who could pull the permits for the upcoming construction. We can't give priority to, town residents or town instead of having big developers coming in to do that. Because as soon as this gets through, we know that it's going to be the developers are going to be salivating at the opportunity to build.
Well, so I think one thing that you need to think about is, and I've still got the Elliott Street corridor, slide up, is that for the overwhelming number of property owners in this district are homeowners that live here today. So the situation that you're going to see is, so-and-so lives on Cliff Road and they want to, build an extra unit on their house, and they're going to do it and grandma moves in, or they rent it to whoever or whatever. Or that owner is going to make an affirmative decision to sell to somebody who is going to develop. And so I think, you're going to see in a lot of cases, the folks that profit from this, the folks that have the additional property rights that zoning, accrues to, are Milton property owners.
Okay, so there won't be any sort of preference going to, I guess what I'm trying to say is, what burns me is seeing people coming in from, other locations and who have no connection to the town and just start massively, I mean, this is a lot of units, this is a lot of parcels of town,
So Julie, thank you for that, but I think Tim did answer that a couple times with regards to
Thank you.
that there can't be a preference to the Milton residents in this particular scheme. Do you have a follow-up?
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen, you're next.
Hi, thank you for coming and speaking with us. I just had a question. Typically, when there is a zoning change or a variance, how are butters notified of the public hearings on that?
So for zoning changes, there's no requirement for there to be notice to abutters. So the way that a zoning change works is the planning board is responsible for holding a public hearing. That public hearing is noticed in the newspaper with a sort of legal advertisement. We also used all of the informal means at our disposal to advertise that public hearing. And then obviously town meeting ultimately, takes the vote on a zoning change. So all the town meeting members get the warrant in the mail, and people that are interested in the proceedings of town meeting can watch that. For an individual development proposal, and this gets into another element of the zoning that we haven't had much time to talk about, but is a really significant part of this, is that multifamily development can be made subject to site plan review by the planning board. Site plan review is a permitting method that many planning boards in the Commonwealth have, where basically it's kind of a recognition that your standard base zoning is single family house, and if you want to build a single family house, you go to the building department, you get your building permit, you go ahead and go. Site plan review is reserved for projects that have kind of particular, unique, or kind of unusual impacts. So under our bylaw, multifamily and commercial development, is subject to site plan review. The MBTA community zoning subjects all projects that are subject to MBTA communities to site plan review. So anyone in this district that wants to put up a 3-family house, anyone in the Mattapan Square district or in the Granite Ave district has to come to the planning board and basically is subject to a public hearing. They've got to produce all sorts of materials on the site plan, on their circulation patterns, on their lighting plan, their landscaping plan. And that's a situation where on an individual project by project basis, there's a notice requirement to abutters. Same thing for a variance, same thing for a special permit. So we will send a notice out to all the abutters within 300 feet of a property, advertising a public hearing. There's an opportunity for people to come and speak their mind at the planning board, and it's all done kind of in an open public proceeding. But that's on a project by project basis, not on sort of the overall zoning process.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lori?
I have a really basic question.
Lori, is your mic on?
Oh, yes, it is. Can you not hear me? I have a very basic question, and I feel like I should know the answer from the amount of time I've been looking at this stuff. If a resident has a single-family home on Elliott Street, can they just make it a 2-family home without, as of right, or does it have to be a 3-family?
So the 3-family cap is a cap. Okay. So yes, if you can build up to 3 units.
Okay.
So if you had a single family house, you could put 1 extra unit, and be zoning compliant under this zoning.
Thank you. I know that the select board has written to the MBTA, to HLC, the planning board has as well. Was there any outreach to them from the select board or with Tim because of his contacts that we were able to get a response quickly? I don't believe I've heard that the planning board has gotten a response yet, and I'm not sure if, obviously it probably wouldn't be a different response, although I think one letter was for an extension of time.
Okay. Yeah, the select board has received 2 written responses.
Correct.
And I don't know whether the planning board has received anything.
Was there any outreach by you or Tim to Chris Clutchman, I think.
It wasn't from me,
Okay,
and no one from the select board that I'm aware of.
reached out.
Yeah.
In your heart of hearts, do you think the Mattapan trolley running through Milton is rapid transit?
It doesn't matter what I think.
I know, but
It really doesn't matter what I think because we have we have two state agencies now, the MBTA.
Views, though.
And, well, I don't disagree with respect to some of it. I don't disagree, right? But we have two state agencies, the MBTA and the HLC, that has taken a position. And what we know is that state agencies, and this is, any lawyer will tell you this, and any law student who's taken Administrative Law 101 will tell you this, agencies are accorded great deference if they are empowered by the legislature, which both of these are, if if there are areas within the expertise of the agency, courts defer to the expertise of the agency, and if there is an important public policy purpose to be served, if that's the view. And so based on all that, it really doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the MBTA thinks and what the Housing and Livable Communities thinks, because our democratic legislature has empowered those agencies to make those decisions. There was a discussion before about the MBTA and the MBTA transformation. I don't know how widespread our frustration with the MBTA is over the last several years, and that has cross-cut two different administrations, the Baker administration and the Healy administration. I don't know how widespread it is, but it is significant. And so I just say that because when the question is, well, is the MBTA transformation going to be completed in 8 to 10 years, they won't give us exact dates on that, right? And so it's been very frustrating. Having said that, with respect to this and with respect to making judgments under the MBTA Communities Act, it is within the agencies because they have been empowered by the legislature to do that. Exactly.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I wanted to bring up the FAR. Tim, I'm guessing that's not Mr. Zulus.
Slide back on that one.
I think I don't know if it was the last public hearing, if it was the public hearing or prior meeting, that the FAR was discussed in detail by a resident in which he was describing how the current FAR is like at 0.2, which is a 2,000 square foot home today. And we're going to go to, and there's substantial square footage. And when you do a 0.5 FAR, you're now at 4,500. And if you do a 0.7, which is what is on the chart, you could have a 6,300 square foot interior building on 7,500 square feet of land, or 10,000 if in fact you have the setbacks. So you're kind of glancing at Cheryl because she was the brains behind FAR, which is great, but it seems like it's too large. So you could end up having each floor 3,000 square feet, and right now it's only 900 square feet. And then it's going to go to 3,000 square feet if they follow the parameters of the FAR.
So we definitely heard that, and one of the things that we are kind of proposing as one of the fixes that the select board is going to consider this week is, and you may have heard kind of discussion of a kind of a tiered FAR kind of program. And basically what we're kind of proposing is 3 different levels based on lot size. So the current FAR proposal is 0.7, and again, floor area ratio is just basically a ratio of the amount of building you can build to the amount of lot size that you have. So combined with all of the other dimensional parameters that we have, front setback, side setback, open space requirements, et cetera, an FAR of 0.7 on a 7,500 square foot lot will produce a moderately okay sized building. We're not really concerned about the 7,500 square foot lots. It's what you just identified and what the resident, that made the comment identified is as that scales up to a 10,000 square foot lot, a 12,000 square foot lot, a 15,000 square foot lot, which there's a handful of them that exist, you're scaling up that allowable square footage, with that lot size. So and if Cheryl's in the crowd and wants to talk more to it, and you'll indulge her, that she's welcome to do that. But what we're basically doing is for a 10,000 square foot lot, you get an FAR of 0.52. And then for a 15,000 or greater square foot lot, you get an FAR of 0.35. And so what we're basically doing with that is kind of controlling the size of the building through a decreased FAR allowance as your lot size goes up. So that's a change that we're making and we're proposing, for the select board's consideration, prior to the warrant being finalized.
And does the warrant go to print this week?
That's a question for Mr. Milano.
That would be ideal.
And when is the select board meeting next?
We had tentatively, we have a couple meetings potentially this week, depending on where everything falls. We had the site walk with Mass DOT for Chickatobit that we're trying to work around.
Okay. So you could potentially still make some changes to the models? Maybe?
We could, you can offer amendments all the way through at town meeting. So we want to do it as quickly as possible so people would know, as long as it's within scope. But you'd want to do it with it as quickly as possible. So whether it gets into the warrant or it's in a document subsequent to the warrant, my hope is that we have it fixed when it goes into the warrant. But this has been an iterative process, and we're trying to get to the best result that we can. And so it's caused us to really consider things all the way along the line.
Well, I think, having listened to all of the meetings, what stood out loud and clear, especially after the public hearing, was that there were many, many, many residents that came in to speak about the support for the number of units, and they all live in the Elliott Street corridor, and they're getting 70 net new units. And many other residents came from the Granite Ave neighborhood that has, 1,000 units are going to go in East Milton. And 700 is going to be right across the street from this small neighborhood. And they can't get out today. I mean, I've seen it. They can't get out of their street. And I know everybody has traffic, but that's really crazy. And now we're going to put in 1,000 units between East Milton Square and Granite Ave. And it just seems horrible to burden that neighborhood and even East Milton Square when people discussed Brush Hill and putting it on Fuller Village, Winter Valley, there is already multifamily units there. It just seems not equitable for a town that prides itself on equity.
Yeah, so let me try to address, I think the select board's perspective on some of the equitable considerations here. With respect to Granite Ave, there are 700 units, right? Of which there are
530 and 171.
171
2 Granite.
at 2 Granite.
So that's a little separate.
Which is north, right? It is an existing commercial property.
Correct.
A building that was built relatively recently. And then you come down to Granite Ave South, if you will, the DPW yard, which is owned by the state now. And that could be done without the zoning. That could be done tomorrow, not tomorrow, they'd have to go through the process. But that could be done without the zoning. So the question is, do you take credit for that which could be done without the zoning or not? because it could be done even if we didn't have that zoning. And then that takes you, so that's 368 units, I believe. And then you go down to the American Legion, which is about 130 units across from the golf course. Question about whether that would ever be developed. The one thing to remember, and we don't have a fix on this, but the one thing to remember is that any floodplain or what's the other?
Wetlands.
Wetlands, thank you. Any floodplain or wetlands requirements would apply to that as well. So that's kind of the reasoning up there, whether, you know, what number one, that gives you the density, that gives you the numbers, right? And is it likely that it's going to be, is it likely that it's going to be done? I met with some people at Cortlandt Circle today, and they pointed out that it hasn't been done for how many years up there in the DPW yard. Question about whether that would change just because the zoning is there, because they could do it anyway. They could do it anyway, right? And then, so then you go down to East Milton, where you have 423, I think, and then 370 some odd, which are the net new. The idea, as I understand it, and that I hang on to with respect to East Milton, is we want to take credit for a lot of the work that's been done with respect to the overlay and what's been done with respect to 440 Granite Avenue, right? And so the dimensional requirements are more neighborhood friendly and less developer friendly. So the idea is to incentivize any developers to go through the special permit process of the planning board, which is what they would have to do now. So that's part of the control we have if we do the zoning ourselves, right? That's part of what we can try to incentivize and control. So I think there was a judgment made. Now, are there other places in the town that we could go? I know that there's a lot of other analyses that were made. Here's a couple, right? As I understand it, you could try to go over to Brush Hill Road, but because of the density and the calculations, you'd have to get, in order to gain some from Granite Ave, you'd have to allow for 1,000 over on Brush Hill Ave, right? And then on Randolph Ave, you could gain, what are the numbers? You could gain 70 units in Granite Ave, but you'd have 190 that you'd have to give on Randolph Ave, which has already been overrun by 40Bs. So I think these are some of the calculations in an effort to make it equitable, right? There's really been an effort, I think, on the part of everyone who's been working on this to make it equitable and to have it make sense town-wide, right? And so you know, there are people who are not going to be happy, right? And there are people who are going to be concerned, justifiably, but we're doing the best we can to come up with something that works town-wide, that we can comply with the law, if town meeting decides that it wants to.
Would we go back to the 5,000 square foot lots on Elliott Street? I think that enabled us to have more units there, and that could alleviate. I just think that whole Granite Ave, because, I mean, you're right, it could be developed, but if you have a developer, if this goes through, a developer can come in and...
I will tell you that my understanding is the planning board and the consultant are looking for options to lessen the numbers on Granite Ave. And are there ways to do that, right? That's my understanding and that's my hope, right? It's not going to alleviate it. It's not going to take it out. But are there ways to lessen those numbers? Because they are big numbers. And even if you take the fact that that could be developed now because it's state land, it's still a big number, right? And it's still a big number even on 2 Granite Ave, which is past the highway, and on the border, still a big number, right? So if is there a way we can alleviate that? Again, that makes sense townwide. So I know the planning department and the consultants are still trying to work that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zulus. That sounds like an excellent segue to get the planning board in.
Could I just take,
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, just 30 seconds?
Please, take it.
Just
Yes.
because I think it's important, the select board voted to comply. And there's been a question and there's been some discussion of compliance versus non-compliance. And I think it's fair to say that the select board's view is you don't pick and choose which laws you comply with and which laws you don't comply with just because it's better for you. To not comply with the law is not only shows little or no respect for the democratic process, but it shows little or no respect for the rule of law. And I think it's fair to say that the select board thinks this town respects the democratic process, respects the rule of law, and that's the kind of example that not only that we want to set for ourselves and that we want to think of ourselves as, but it's the kind of example that we want to set for our children. You don't pick and choose which laws you comply with and which ones you don't, because then you know better than a tax cheat, you know better than a white-collar criminal, you know better than someone who goes into a convenience store and demands their money, and demands the money. So I think the view of the select board is compliance is important, and it was important to have give town meeting the opportunity to comply prior to the deadline, and we'll see if town meeting wants to or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zulus. Thank you, Mr. Zawinski, for your help tonight. I'm going to call the planning board. We have with us.
5 in a row?
Yes, please, come on up. So, by way of preface, I reached out to Meredith Hall, the chair of the planning board, to ask for the planning board's help tonight. I suggested to Meredith that if it was possible for us to hear from each of the members of the planning board, that we might like to. Myself, when I listened to the planning board meetings, which I think of all of them, some of them in person, speaking for myself, I hear 5 distinct perspectives, and I felt that we could benefit from hearing from all of them. And so I'm glad that we have the whole planning board here, because I think that there would be some questions from the members of the Warrant Committee to the board in general, or potentially to individuals. And then if there are members of the planning board, I would ask you to consider, of course, Chair Hall, it's your prerogative, this power that you have as chair, is that when we address our questions to the board, I think that I see good process there, is that maybe if the answer could come from multiple members, that we have all of the input, okay? So I guess I'll start, if I may, to Meredith. So where's the planning board at on this MBTA community zoning bylaw?
Thank you, and nice to see all of you. Is this on? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Because I think that's an excellent question that a lot of people are probably wondering. The planning board has diligently been working on this towards compliance. So I don't want to confuse that I don't think anyone on the planning board, and again, we are all speaking as individuals tonight, not speaking as a group, so we have not taken any vote on the select board's article, but it is important to know where we are in the process for you all. As the timeline, what we have really been focusing on is these districts, because it is critically important that is the first step, that we carve out, that we look how we can comply with the zoning but be the least impactful to the town, mostly really on a financial base, as well as the historic character of the town, really being fiscally responsible. We are still We did not receive the first UTIL's first set of districts until June. So just to give you we received the guidelines in October 2022, and the planning board had been asking, we had been asking for the consultants to come forward. It was a real process, just even starting in June to get where we are right now. We have made great strides, just in the last month, I would say, but we are still in progress, particularly with concern about the transit area and the Granite Ave. Is there any way we can find a way to take the impact off of those? And there's reasons to believe that those units will not fully be built out, just as has been stated. However, we are waiting for the build-out analysis is the next step to really demonstrate to the residents at town meeting what this will look like, what you will be seeing from a 3D perspective when you get onto the highway, when you're driving down Granite Ave, when you're coming down through any of the Milton stations in the transit area. What will this physically look like to the town? So people will not, say, well, I voted for that, but I really had no idea what this was going to look like, what 530 units might look like. Where we are is, again, finishing up at that point. But what we are now that we have a general sense of where the districts are, RKG is really now able to start doing their work. But there's a lot of work that and this is especially important to you as a warrant committee, what information is outstanding at this time. And I would just want to briefly go through the tasks that we are waiting from RKG and what they were asked. I'll read to you from the RFP. Based on district boundaries and dimensional standards provided by planning department staff, perform a build-out analysis consistent with the DHCD compliance guidelines for multifamily districts. Number 2, municipal impact analysis. But based on the build-out analysis, the successful responder will provide an analysis of the likely demand on municipal services, including but not limited to utility infrastructure, roads, public transit capacity. And I use the example of Somerville right now. It really has an issue where Somerville built out the Assembly Row. Everyone was guaranteed. Developers came in, selling their units, promising their apartments, charging very high rents, saying, we are going to build it, and we're going to also have a train line that's going to be able to get you to work. The problem is the train line that was promised has not been delivered. So people are in units paying very high rents, high condo fees. It's a beautiful the development has been wonderful in Somerville, but it's a perfect case study of if you build it, then now people are really stuck, and they now are forced to drive to get into town because they do not have a dependable train service. So public transit capacity, yes.
What is a build-out analysis? Can you give us a working definition of what is a build-out analysis, please?
Yes. So what everyone's been looking at is really a map. You've been looking at sort of where the district is. The perfect example is when we did the Milton Village overlay zoning. I had actually requested, I wasn't on the planning board, a build-out analysis which shows your height. So when you're putting in the parameters of what is your setback, what are your height, what is your FAR, you can actually do a build-out analysis which models what that would look like on a 3D basis. So you can give an indication to the scale of the buildings. You can do shadow studies. What is this going to look like? And it was really an important piece of doing the Milton overlay zoning in Milton Village for people to say, and even the members of the planning board, you know what, this is too tall. This is what 6 stories looks like. This is, what 4 stories looks like. This is what in East Milton, we were very specific to put in 2.5 stories because we did not want to make it attractive to developers. We wanted the special permit process to be attractive to developers. So that is something that it is a critical piece, I think, to be able to show to town meeting. And Tim has assured us And unfortunately, we didn't have it for the public hearing, but it will be available. By the time we go to town meeting, I hope it's much sooner, because this is something it is a really important component. And then, so just the last items that we are waiting for RKG: impact to schools, police, and fire department. And it says the successful responder will provide a robust cost-benefit analysis of the costs of the above impacts on municipal services and potential benefits of a full build-out. Analysis will include expected changes in tax revenue and the provision of benefits such as affordable housing and commercial amenities. In addition to the cost-benefit analysis, the successful responder, RKG, will produce materials describing its findings suitable for presentation at public meetings and dissemination to town officials and the general public. So that piece, we've gotten, significant work from UTIL. We have all been doing work, but we are dependent upon our consultants. And so this piece, we are waiting for, and that's where we have not taken a vote on the select board's article, but we are in the process right now of still moving forward. But we just did not see it possible to get it right and to do it by December 31st. So.
What do you mean by the process of moving forward? Are you working on an article?
We have been working on doing compliance zoning. We really had to jump from the districts where I think other people on the members of the planning board would probably say, we're not finished with those districts. We are going to continue to work on those. And even, I respect the fact that the select board wanted to have something, an article to put towards, for town meeting to look at. I fully intend to continue to work on, whatever is passed, that we continue to find ways to take that pressure off of Granite Avenue, to take pressure off the triplex area, and possibly even, in East Milton, which I think those units are actually too high myself. We will continue to be able to work on that. But we really had to pause and put that, pause on that so we could jump into the zoning language, which we'll talk more about, because that is a really critical piece. And when we say the zoning language, that's where we get the setback language, that's where we get the height requirements, dimensions, and things that will really, I don't want to say make it restrictive, but really protect what will actually a developer could come in and build and be limited to in the construction. So we paused, and I will thank Cheryl for a lot of the work. I had asked her to really look at what Newton and Brookline have been doing. Newton and Brookline are communities that are within the 12, they are one of the 12 rapid transit communities classified along with us. The difference is, not only do they have planning staff, which are about 20 to 30 times, what we have, 20 and 30 times Tim, plus we have Josh, of course, and Julia, but very limited planning staff. But they also had taken initiatives prior to the MBTA zoning to do their own. They were already working for the last couple of years on rezoning their business districts. So they were well into this. And they are actually struggling with the timeline also, and have requested additional time. Yes, we have asked HLC for an extension for just this reason, so we can actually finish our work and try to comply. We've asked the MBTA for a reclassification, really based on some historical evidence that we were at one point not considered rapid transit. So we have asked for that, because zoning for a 10% of our community versus 25, it would be much easier. We would have been done, we could have been done if that was the case, or at least close to it, I believe. So.
And so you said that you had sent 2 letters, one for reclassification, one for an extension, and you have not received responses to either of them.
No, and the select board in their most recent letter asked for a response by October 6th. They just got their response last week, which tells me that, I think things are starting to kick in with these other MBTA communities, and they very well may be overwhelmed with the work that they have as well, so.
I have some questions that I'm being told that we have from the Warrant Committee, but prior to that, were there any of the other members of the planning board who would like to add to what Chair Hall just said?
I would like to. No, thank you.
Mr. Fahey?
Thank you. And thanks to the Warrant Committee. I make it a practice to thank each of the boards and committees because I know what this group does and I know what you guys do, so thanks for all you do. We appreciate it. I'll try to make this succinct. Every member of the planning board is advocating for housing, every one of us. If you've listened to the planning board meetings, you will know that there's different opinions in terms of housing. So we've ranged from, from a full compliance to a lower number. We had hoped that we could put forth to town meeting options, and not simply an option of yes or no on a select board article, but an option on a 10% housing, 10%, which we were unable to get that to come to bear. As Meredith said, we do not have all of the information that we should have to create an article. And in my line of business, we're responsible to our clients for a predictable outcome. I feel as town government, we're responsible to the residents for a predictable outcome. So without information that could allow us to really understand what the outcome would be, we really struggled to come to a zoning article that we could complete. Now granted, within the board itself, we had varying opinions on what percentage we should have. The select board argued for 10%. They took it upon themselves to submit twice to the state, and I think their second letter on 9/22 was very compelling in terms of the logic and reason, and I stand by and support that effort that the select board made, and I personally would not give up on pursuing 10%. I just wouldn't. The impact of this zoning is going to be immediate. And the Granite Ave locations with 701 units on Granite Ave, 530 on the southern sections and 170 on the northern sections, there were very few barriers to development there. There were very few owners of parcels of land. One is owned by the state. The state is an advocate for the housing. I think it's only logical and reasonable to consider that the state would be flexible in trying to use that land for development. If you take those 700 units and you add them to the 534 units, which are the 40B projects, we're quickly, and what is quickly in my mind, quickly is probably 5 years. Within 5 years, we'll have 1,200 new units in town. Now, it's possible that the 700 on Granite Ave becomes 600. It might not be 700, maybe it's gonna be 650, maybe it'll be 590, we don't know. When you get through the design parameters, and it gets a bit complicated, so we won't get into a rabbit hole in design parameters, but some of the design parameters may reduce the number that is zoned there. But my point is that very quickly, Milton is gonna have somewhere around 1,000 to 1,200 new residential units in town. What does that mean? I don't think we know what that means. I don't think we understand what that impact is gonna be in terms of the residents in town, the makeup of the residents in town, the number of children that may enter the school system. We've heard from RKG that these units of this type of housing is not gonna contribute to increasing numbers in the school system. I would argue that it absolutely will. And the reason it will is because it provides an opportunity for single and dual person households to now leave their household, sell their single family home, move into one of these units. And RKG's calculations does not calculate for that effect. And I feel we have to calculate for that effect. I don't know how to do it, to be honest with you, but I don't think we should ignore that, because I think the real result of what happens to our schools and how many students might be added to it is the result, the net number of students that result from people selling their single-family homes, moving into one of these units, and thereby creating an opportunity for a family to be in their home. 5 years from now, and I don't think that's unrealistic, I think everybody would imagine that the 40B projects will be built within that timeframe. We already see them under construction. It's very likely that Granite Ave could be developed. We won't even have the new school that we need for the current students in town built by then. So when I look at this, you know, I consider the importance of doing things in balance. And I'm deeply concerned that the town is not prepared for what 25% is gonna mean for the town. I don't think Milton can sustain what it has. I think all of us, you know, who drive through the town understand what the traffic is in the town. So I have a tremendous concern for what the future is. And if you just imagined Granite Ave and the 40B projects and 1,200 units within 5 years, we really should take a long, hard look at the differences between the risk of compliance and the risk of non-compliance. Because the risk of non-compliance might not be as great as the risk of compliance. And in the interest of time, Mr. Chair, I'll close my comments at that point.
Thank you. Cheryl Tagayas, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say that this isn't for me whether I like the law or whether I like the guidelines. I personally believe that we need more housing and we need to address our housing needs. I've been involved in planning in Milton for over a decade, and all the planning work that I've been involved with has identified that Milton needs housing for young people and housing for seniors to downsize. So we were kind of forced by the state to address housing in a similar way that we were forced by the state to address it through the 40B law that was enacted in the 1960s. And Milton only recently started to have to address it because we received applications for 40B projects to the tune of 8 and the tune of 500 units. We had very little control over where those projects would be, how big they would be, the impacts they would have on the neighbors. My concern is for non-compliance. I agree with Mr. Zulus that non-compliance has risks. And are we willing to take those risks when we can do planning and we can plan for how to accommodate more housing in Milton? Mr. Zawinski in the past has said that when the zoning was enacted in the 1930s, planners and town officials at the time said Milton had the capacity to accommodate 50,000 people. In 2020 census, we had 28,000 and some people in our town. So they thought we could accommodate it then, and now we don't think we can accommodate more housing. I think we can if we plan well. And so I have dedicated my time to thinking about, to looking at, to analyzing how can we do this in Milton. I agree with Chair Hall that we've spent a lot of time on the maps, on the districts, and rightly so, because it was really important. But I, too, have spent as much time on the dimensional standards, the design standards, and the site plan review process, because I know that they're really important for guiding what we can do and what developers would do. If we show developers what we would like to see in the districts where we would like to put the housing, then they will deliver what we would like to see. If we don't tell them, they'll deliver what they would like to see. So it's been incredibly important to me to focus on those standards and on the language as much as on the maps. And I think when I've presented some of that information to my fellow planning board members, we can all agree how important the language is. So when the select board has, when the planning board wasn't able to put forth an article in the time frame that the select board decided it needed one, I submitted language to the select board through Tim to incorporate, for them to incorporate or consider incorporating into the language. And I think as a result, we have a lot better articles than what we started with. So I would like to say that the maps could continue to be refined. I think there was a question from one of your members about whether this was it, once this passed, if that was it. We changed zoning. We've changed it since it was first adopted in the 1930s, and we can continue to change it through the normal process, which is through town meeting. The select board is one body that can initiate zoning. The planning board is another body. A landowner can initiate a zoning change request. Citizen petition can. The regional planning agency can. And so that this came through the select board is not make it something which is unusual or unacceptable. The fact that the planning board and the select board haven't come to an agreement isn't a terrible thing either. This is a big initiative. I think that at this point, it's an article and a map that can be justified, has had a lot of thought put into it, and should be voted on by town meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
So, thanks to Charles' hard work with design guidelines, I have a new respect for what we can do with them and how we can reel in projects, and I think it's great. The problem I have is that we're not gonna reel in 700 units on Granite Ave. And what I thought was 397 in East Milton Square, which is now 513 if you add in 440 Granite and the Falcone project. So I really think that the board can go back to the maps and spread this thing out a lot more. And just take a little more time with it. I feel that the risk of noncompliance is less than the penalty the town will take if we enact this, if we vote in the select board's plan. And I'm very skeptical that in 6 months or a year, we'll revisit it and we'll rewrite it and it's gonna be right. I really feel we have to get it right at inception, which is now. Maybe it's 3 months, maybe it's 6 months worth of noncompliance, but we take the time, get it right, vote on it, and put it to bed. That's where I am. And I think this board can do it. We've done a lot of work, we're all very familiar with it. We're probably 3 to 6 months away. That's me.
So thanks for having us. It's nice to see you all. So I just want to say that I am in full compliance for following the statutes of the state. The problem I'm having with this comes from the guidelines. And if you've listened to our board meetings, I've said it many, many, many times, and I don't feel like I should have to repeat myself. I put forth an article to the planning board because I did feel, and I still do feel, that we were elected to do a job. And we were dealt a very bad hand with this very bad law. And the guidelines are there to guide and offer different paths to get to the end, which is to create more housing. And as stated, we're all for housing. Personally, you know, my daughter's a teacher here in town. My son's friends work in the DPW. I understand the need for housing. I understand the need for providing housing for our older population. My mother and my mother-in-law still live in town. So I just want to reiterate, I am for housing, I'm for development, but I'm for thoughtful development. Zoning takes a long time, and zoning is with us for a long time. As we've said, our last zoning initiative was like in 1938, and when we build buildings, they're there for hundreds of years. If you look at the history of Milton, you know, we've already celebrated our 350th anniversary. We're so lucky to have historical neighborhoods where our houses and our buildings are several hundred years old. And so we should plan thoughtfully where these units are going. And I have been frustrated with the process. I feel like, unfortunately, that there's been a lot of confusion and misrepresentations made. And I feel like a lot of the work that the planning board has done has sort of been hijacked by the select board, and that they put forth an article without having all the information and without ever asking us personally what our thoughts have been. We're the ones who are sitting around this table until midnight. And it's a lot of work. And it's a lot of time we take away from our families and our businesses. And I think we have made great strides, but I don't think we're there yet. And Tim just said, guidelines are going too far. They're not helping the towns do what is good for them. The state should give us flexibility. So why are we rushing into things when there's another 160 towns coming next year? I'm almost guaranteed that these guidelines are going to be changed, and I'm afraid we're going to be stuck with all the districts and all the units that are in the select board's article. I do not personally want to take the select board's article and make it a planning board's article. A planning board's article can be so much better. I want to create our own article. So I'm not really for moving down the same process. Jim has always brought up the map situation. You know, we're not happy with the districts. You know, we should be taking advantage of all our 40Bs in town, and we're not. We're not. Why not take advantage of the 40B on Canton Ave right by Winter Valley? Why not take advantage of the 40B at the Ice House and on Amore Road and on Brush Hill Road? We are not doing that. And so now they're all going to Granite Ave. And so I think we just need more time. I don't think the select board is the right plan for Milton at this time. You know, I just think it's okay to say not now. We're not saying not never, we're just saying not now. So I just please ask for your non-recommendation at this point on the select board's article. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there were two questions that were asked that I'd like to come back to by your members. And one was a question, I think it was Tim that asked Tim Chewinski in regard to the stretch code mandate. And could there be a stretch code mandate for these units? This question came up during our conversations with Tim, and one thing Tim made clear is that you cannot apply any restriction to these units unless you apply it to the entire town. So there's no mechanism for applying a restriction to the units in regard to the stretch code. It would have to be townwide.
Can I please ask, what is a stretch code?
Well, the stretch code is actually the energy code that's in place currently in Milton. The state has an optional opt-in specialized stretch code, which goes further in terms of energy efficiency requirements. So if a community wants to adopt that, they have to go through the process with town meeting. But Milton is already a stretch code community. It's the energy code, and it takes the energy code requirements above the baseline.
Okay, thank you.
But whatever it is, it's townwide.
Got
It's
it.
not for these units that are being zoned. The other question, I think this is worth asking Tim Chewinski. As I understood it from our conversations, town infrastructure improvements would be the town's burden. And I think that's worth asking again of Tim Chewinski. I don't believe through our conversations that Tim, I don't believe that it would be the burden of the developer. It gets very complicated to make it the burden of the developer, as I think it was Tim, as you had said, who ends up picking up that burden? And I think it's better to ask Tim Chewinski for clarification on that. My recollection is that the town would be responsible for infrastructure improvements. And I'll close with this. Whatever the burden is for Milton, it's going to be borne by the taxpayer. we don't have a conclusion on what the cost could be for Milton. We don't know what the infrastructure changes might be. We don't know what the demands on more school capacity might be. We don't have any of that information. But whatever it is, the state won't come to the rescue. It'll be the Milton residents that'll have to rescue the town of Milton via the property tax.
Based upon those comments, are there any other planning board members who wish to say something? Otherwise, I have a question from one of our members. Judy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question that, not sure if it goes to the planning board or the select board, but it was mentioned about the planning board did mention about the 40B development on Kenton Avenue in the vicinity of Winter Valley. It's my understanding there is a lawsuit by some of the residents in that area concerning this development of 40B. So I moved that to this MBTA compliance. Say a developer is developing one of these spaces that's in the district, allowable district. Will abutters, like neighbors nearby, be able to do the same thing, sort of question the development via a lawsuit? Does anyone on the planning board know, or can you send me in a direction I could find that information?
I think that would be best to take that, Judy, to Tim. As it's been explained to us, this is as of right zoning. And what that means is that they shouldn't be challenged, but you could say that about 40Bs as well. So I don't think I have an answer for it.
This particular zoning has a provision in it that an appeal would be taken to, I think it's land court. Is that correct, Tim? I can pull up the language.
Yeah, it's my understanding, because I've been through it, any neighbor can appeal any zoning at any time, and it would go to land court. And as we have seen in Rockport, the town of Rockport did pass MBTA zoning, and 10 residents are appealing the zoning language. So it doesn't have to be a direct abutter. It could be anybody can challenge the zoning. But again, I'm not a lawyer.
But there is a provision in the article. I'm looking for it now.
You have a question? Yeah. Steve?
First comment, I want to thank the planning board for your honesty and your just being here tonight. I mean, your information has been extremely helpful to me personally. And I get you all have varying opinions, and I think that's awesome, you should. But it's been super insightful for me. The question I have for you, I just want to clarify, was it RKG that has the outstanding information for you? That seems like it's pretty critical timeline stuff, given that we're about to close a warrant with key piece of information that really should help us inform our decision. It's a little, so what do we think their timeline is to get back to us? Do we know? Is it this week? Is it next week?
Next week's meeting, for our next week's planning board meeting.
That's what they say, right? I mean,
Yeah, Tim has said soon on that, but as you go through, it's not so simple. There's a lot of pieces that they are required to provide, which all will impact the town. So I do not know to what extent they are going to be able to provide, public transit capacity. I know they're working on school information. They're working with information from the departments. I know Jay's been really, wonderful at trying to really turn over every stone and look for things that are potential costs and risks for the town. So I just don't know where they are in the process. Unfortunately, I requested them to come to our last meeting, but they were out of town. So I'm sorry we don't have more information, because I think it's a critical piece for for you all in being able to make a recommendation as well.
Can I just,
Game changer from a gap analysis, that is the giant gap of information for cost infrastructure, where we have a fiduciary responsibility to the town to do the right thing, right? We just got asked about a week ago for 400,000 more for the school building committee, right? So that's in the queue. We've got Article 97 in the queue waiting for that to be decided. Now we've got all this. This is a lot to consider. And I'm definitely pro-development as well. I think we have to do that. I think the town needs that to offset the tax basis, right? But this seems like it's a big gap for me.
can I just add one thing? The consultant, RKG, needed the map. They told us they needed the map in order to do their financial analysis because the kind of what's allowed in each district was going to impact it. And it was not until recently that they were given the map to use, which is the map that's currently in the article before you. So I just wanted to be clear that the maps were in flux for a long time, and they provided some preliminary information and analysis, but they told us they couldn't do final until they were given a map to use.
Just one follow-up on that. So that's a group of consultants pursuing a map, looking at zoning with housing and residential. I'm assuming that's a pretty big team doing that, correct?
I don't know their team.
It's bigger than probably 3 in our town planning department, right, working on this? So we've got, no, they're not that big? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, thank you. Sorry. I was trying to understand how big that team is reviewing this information. What if they come back to something that's different than what Mr. Zawinski is laying out? I mean, I guess it's a rhetorical question. I have concerns because earlier this evening, it was kind of dismissed that there's going to be traffic impacts in the town, and I think it's a big deal. I mean, I can tell you firsthand, driving to pick up my daughter at Collycott after volunteering to drive back down, you're sitting probably 4 streets up at the crossroads before you even get into the square. That's just now. And so I do think we need to do the due diligence to make sure we have responsible development. So again, I thank you for all your hard work.
Steve,
Mr. Sorry, Mr. Chair, just was going to point out that the question about appeal is in section M, number 9.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One other,
Chair, if I could, one piece of information. When RKG came before us for an initial draft, and as Cheryl had said, they really needed the district maps to be able to, to further and complete their analysis. But their initial draft had indicated that their math was showing that the town would make money. That was the initial draft. Now, I financially, I'm a bit skeptical of that, but because some of it didn't. So, and they needed to noodle through it. They were still collecting information, but that was an initial draft that they had presented at a planning board meeting. We too are anxious to see it.
And just as a follow-up, we did ask them basically to continue their work without having a map. That 2461 units is basically 2461 units. I didn't think it really mattered if it was on Granite Ave or if it was on Elliott. Maybe it would have changed by a little bit, but I still think that they had enough opportunity to move forward with their work. And the last time they came to our meeting and they did present to us, we had asked for all the background information. They just presented a slide, and they have yet to give us any of the background information. So when we issued the RFP and we awarded them the contract, they were the only ones who responded, so we kind of felt like we had to go with them. But I've been greatly disappointed, and they have been consistently a month behind in providing any information to us. So it has been a very frustrating process, and, Sean has asked for the town departments to come to us because we were lacking this information, and I'm not sure if Sean or Meredith has received a reply, or we've asked each department head to come in, but they have yet to do that as well.
we thought, just to follow up on that, we thought that it would be beneficial for our board to have an opinion from the police chief, the fire chief, the head of DPW, and superintendent of schools, if this zoning added the number of residential, net new number of units, how do they feel it would impact their ability to provide service to the town? Even without RKG, you know, I have to imagine if I'm the chief of police or I'm the chief of the fire department and I see, you know, 1,800 new units to come to town potentially through the zoning, plus 534, I'm thinking about how I'm gonna provide services. But again, I thought it'd be helpful, we didn't have that from RKG, so at the last planning board meeting, I had suggested that that would be beneficial to our board and probably to your board and also to the select board.
Thank you. Amanda,
I was only raising my hand because several people are talking and we can't hear them. So I heard Sean this time, but we missed his entire thing before. But so just if people can have the microphone in front of them, it would be helpful. Thanks.
thank you for that. Allison,
Hi, thank you to the planning board. I really appreciate the information. I really wanted you guys to talk a little bit about how Milton is a town, and other than Brookline, which is an anomaly, all the other RTs are cities, and they have a high revenue and operating budget compared to Milton. So I just, in your, you know, the timeline and how beneficial or not beneficial it would be to wait and also see, because there's 165 other MBTA communities that will be going through this and have a lot longer of a period of time, how Milton doesn't fit into the other 12 that are being represented, and how this also affects kind of seeing the other 165 locations, how that would help Milton or not. Just your opinion on that kind of big thing that Milton was placed in the RTCs.
I guess I can mention, we are very unique, certainly, and I know people don't, you know, always want to hear that from, you know, on the state level, that we do feel we are very unique in this, because we're in a category with Newton. Brookline is the only other town that has a town meeting that will be voted by town meeting. Everyone else, it's basically a city council who's putting their zoning forward. So we have Chelsea. We're in a, you know, we are definitely Somerville. We're in with a categorization of people who have very different staffing level, budget levels. They're just their infrastructure is much more of a city compared to Milton. So we are certainly, I would say, one of the smallest that's in this category. So I think there is a lot that we will learn from the other 160. We've already learned a tremendous amount about our zoning language in looking at what Brookline and Newton has done. Brookline is known for their design standards, so we've looked at their design standards. Newton is as well. But we have really benefited from being able to see what other communities have been working on. And it's difficult to be one of the first. We're sort of the experiment, you know, we're sort of what the other 160 towns will be looking at. But it's created some challenges. I did want to add one other thing that I didn't forget to mention also earlier. One of the things that we have not been able to do, which we would like to do with the zoning, is increase our affordable housing percentage. We are, the MBTA, the DHLC allows for a 10% affordability rate. Other towns, such as Newton, if you do an economic feasibility study, which I think we would be very easily capable of doing, increase our affordability percentage of new development to perhaps as high as 15%. When we've spoken to local developers, they think 13% is probably low. They think maybe 17, 20% is high. But with a feasibility study, which we should be able to do we could do by town meeting, we could do a feasibility study and be able to increase that affordability, which would actually allow us to get ahead versus just treading water and just keeping it that 10%, which really we don't get ahead. And also in our language, if it is a single family who's building a 3-family unit, we really don't have a way to capture that affordability unless we ask for some payout to the Affordable Housing Trust. And right now, we don't have language yet in that to be able to do that for a single family going to a 3-family. So being able to offer a higher affordability rate for our larger units, larger developments would really be helpful in sort of getting us moving ahead on that.
I just had one more question, if you wouldn't mind. Fiscally, do you see us gaining money from this by any means? I know you don't have the information yet, but just in your opinion, and additionally, if anybody was to be able to present on it, would it be possible without having the correct information to be able to do so?
I don't think any of us could personally present on it. We could give you examples of multifamily housing, which is revenue producing in town. I believe 88 Wharf is a good example of that. But without having that specific assessor information, but I don't think any of us really have that without having sort of the full scope of all the costs that would be involved.
Allison, the unknown, and it's true for RKG, and I mentioned it earlier, is, and RKG has said the greatest impact for any town with zoning will be educational cost. How many students might you add to the school system? That was one of the early comments from the RKG representative that was here. And as I said earlier, his indication to us in his comments is that this type of unit that's built mostly single bedroom and 2-bedroom units do not produce impactful numbers of students for your school system. What we really need to come to terms with is if, as I said earlier, a home that has a single person or 2, possibly that are retired, move into one of those units and their home becomes purchased by a family with children, that's where your school impact will occur. But how do you calculate that? I don't know.
And you, as the Warrant Committee members, probably know better than us, but just as a town meeting member, we know that the average cost per student is about $18,000 a year. And so if this zoning is for families and we cannot limit the number of bedrooms, we should expect that there will be at least one child, I would assume, in each unit that's created, because that is the sole intent of this zoning. And as we all know, I think the average property tax bill is probably around $15,000. So for everybody who has more than one child in the system, then it's a net loss. And the town as a whole historically has depended on all of our older residents who have aged out and have not had kids in the school system for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. As you know, I mentioned my mother and my mother-in-law. They are paying for all the students that are in the school system now. So when they then move to a smaller unit, they will be paying less property tax. And so it is, we can't forget the benefit it is to having our older population in town.
Thank you, Maggie. Cheryl Tagayas, you looked like you wanted to add something.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to, I'm going to address the second question and then the first one, please. Tim Swinski has the data on our current non-age restricted multifamilies. So let's be clear, there's a lot of age restricted multifamilies in Milton, but the ones that are not age restricted, he has the data for how many students there are. And that data would tell you that there's not one per unit. And so we can use that. And then RKG has the data for many, many communities in terms of multifamily. So it's, so hopefully Tim can provide you with that data so that we don't just use our own assumptions on it. And then the other thing I'd like to say is that housing and livable communities design their, not design guidelines, their guidelines, their compliance guidelines offer a lot of flexibility. So each community that is required to provide MBTA zoning has the ability to design that zoning to fit their community. And so what works for Brookline or Newton is not going to be what works for Milton because we're totally different communities. There are processes, there are design guidelines that we can learn from, but we have to learn from our own community and then design it for our community. And I will say that's what we have been doing. We've been looking at our Elliott Street corridor, our Blue Hills Parkway corridor, the Mattapan Station, the Milton Station, the Central Station, the Granite Ave, and looking at what's there now and tailoring this to fit what's there now. In the Elliott Street, having a 2.5-story with setbacks and lot coverage that are basically what exists there today. You're right, I did some FAR analysis because I wanted to say we should look at everything we can to control the development so that it fits in with these neighborhoods. We set the heights in other places, 6 stories where there's 6-story buildings already. We set them at 4 where there's 4 stories already. And so we've designed this to fit in, that new housing can fit in to our neighborhoods. And so I just want to make sure that everybody understands this is not a cookie cutter that you take from another community and you apply it here. These guidelines actually give us that flexibility. And I will say, because I looked at every one of the 40Bs over the last couple of years, the 40B guidelines, they don't have to be followed. They can just come in and do what they like. There's peer review and all of that. It leads to no or very little change. I really would like for us not to be in a position where the state comes in and says, you're not compliant, and we're going to come in and have to do something like we did with the 40B. So I just wanted to make one other point. Because our trolley stations are where we have business districts, we really don't want to lose out on the mixed-use opportunity. And so one of the articles on the warrant is for the mixed use, so that would, after the housing, it's really important for folks to support the mandatory mixed use so we don't lose our business district.
Could you explain to us, what does that mean, mandatory mixed use?
It's a select board's article, though.
Well, mandatory mixed use is one of the things that changed in the guidelines, because when the guidelines were first issued, mixed use was not allowed to be mandatory. And the state heard from a lot of communities that they didn't want to lose their business areas, even though they might want to put the multifamily, and it might be required if it's in the half mile, to put the multifamily housing there. And so guidelines were changed to allow mandatory mixed use, but only for a percentage of the total units. And there's some other requirements that Tim is more fluent with than I am. But so the only place that that's being proposed in Milton is for the Milton Village area and the Central Ave area.
So what does it mean to be mandatory mixed use?
So that means you're required to have a commercial use on the first floor, and housing can be up above.
So does that mean that all new development would have to be, or is that to only to existing?
In that district,
All new in that district?
all new under this overlay.
Thank you.
Have we deliberated on that, or is that a select?
I'm just explaining what's in the article.
Yeah, I just asked if she could kindly please share with me the definition.
Gotcha.
So I get that the planning board doesn't have a position on this at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And just to follow up too, a developer can put it in if they want to. It just, we cannot mandate it, except for only a certain percentage of the new development. So, but a developer could come in East Milton Square, although it's not mandated, and say, of course, I would want retail on the first floor and housing above, so.
Thank you. Ron?
Hi, thanks. Very helpful input. I'm really worried that while the activity is zoning work, this is really a political issue. And this is about diversity and inclusion and all those things that get people really worked up. And that really scares me, because I think that while it's good that we can sit around and say we're all for housing, I think compliance, they don't care what we're for, they care about what we do and what can we prove and what has gone on and been voted on and gone into law. So I do appreciate that we're all here trying to do what's right, but I think we'll be judged on what we actually put out. And I think that's a concern for me, because when I look at what the agency and the regulators have done, I think you set hard deadlines and you get really aggressive when you want action. And I think you issue advisory opinions threatening parties that don't comply. And I think that's exactly what I've seen, right? So the government can't get any clearer. I think they want us to do something, and they're threatening us with withholding funds, threatening civil actions. I think they're kind of telegraphing exactly what they want, right? So I would think that it's super serious in terms of demanding compliance. And when I think about compliance and non-compliance, I think there's a difference between unintentional non-compliance, that maybe we get it wrong. Maybe we can't build at one of these sites. But the numbers are still there. It's defendable, right? That's good. Maybe you don't get punished for that. But if our decision is we're not going to push this forward, or we're going to vote against it, I think that non-compliance will be looked on very differently. And I think that would be punished by a regulator, right? They would look for a poster child if they're looking to change how the state makeup is done. So what I worry about is, if we vote no, how much time do you really think it would take for us to have a compliant bill? Because I think you had mentioned maybe 3 months. And while I love that you have different opinions, the fact that you have different opinions worries me, because 3 months for 5 different opinions to get something done is very difficult when it's already so hard to just edit a proposal that's before you. So to draft something brand new with new inputs after the holidays, I just really worry about that. So I guess my question is, can we really do this and come up with an alternative bill in a very short amount of time? Do you think that, how much time do you think it would take, I guess?
Personally, I think it would be 3 to 6 months. And I think that if we were doing nothing and we're just saying, we're not doing anything, we don't agree with this, I think the state would look at us and say, okay, you guys have done nothing, and we're gonna come down hard on you. I really feel that we might be 80% there. I really think we have to go back and look at the maps. I've said that over and over again. We need more time, blah, blah, blah. In 3 to 6 months, if we get sued January 2nd, I think that a good lawyer could put us either, I don't know if it's what it's called, the stay of execution, or could fight it, or I know lawsuits take more than 3 to 6 months. So my thinking is that even if we get sued, when the lawsuit is up and running, if it looks like we're not going to win it, we will have our zoning in place. It's not going to just stop if we get sued. We're going to keep pushing forward. At least I think the intention is to keep pushing forward until we have a plan that I'm happy with at 25%, even though I'm a 10% guy all day long. At some point, you got to do what you got to do to protect the town. So my feeling is 3 to 6 months, we come up with good zoning. Hopefully, other towns sue and this thing blows up. I mean, I don't know yet, but I have a feeling it might go that way. But we hedge. Constantly, it's a calculated risk, and we're constantly hedging with the intention of having some kind of zoning in the near future. Because all I know is, from what I've learned, I really feel the select board article is not good for the town. And I think it's worse than non-compliance, personally.
So we have differences of opinions. I disagree with the select board article being a bad article. That map has the imprint of every discussion from every planning board meeting. And we could continue to try and manipulate different components to the map and to see whether it keeps us in compliance. But the zoning article itself is tied to the maps, but there's much in it that is not dependent on the map. So I think that the article itself has had a lot of work and is in good shape. And if we do pass this and we pass the map, we have an opportunity to stay compliant, continue to work on the maps, and come back with an amendment, whether that be at a special town meeting in February, whether it be at the annual in May. But then we don't become the poster child of fighting compliance, which we thus far have been a poster child for fighting. And it would set a great example to say that we can work together. There has been a lot of talk about something being a select board article or a planning board article. It's a Milton article. It's an article to show that Milton's serious about being compliant with the MBTA zoning law. I take it as law, like you do, and I take compliance, non-compliance as a risk. And I absolutely disagree that it's a bad zoning article that's going to be presented to town meeting.
I think to answer your question, I don't think anybody at this end of the table, I don't think anybody down here could tell you how long that would take. The reality of zoning is that the more discussions that take place, the more participation you have from the community, the more residents that express their point of view, the better the zoning can become. The meeting that took place recently, last week, and the number of residents that appeared that live in the Cortlandt Circle area, everybody that heard from those residents would be prompted to adjust your zoning. So as this has become more widely known around the town, I think we've all been afforded with more information from the residents in terms of how they feel. The meeting last week, we had a significant number of residents in the Elliott Street corridor area that were very favorable and proponents of it. So how long would it take? I'm not sure. I don't think I can say. We didn't do this alone. Teal, the consultant that was hired by the town, is the one that actually takes the discussions that we've had, the decisions that we've made, and puts it into the model. So it's a combination of the effort of the board and the decisions that the board makes, and then Teal's work to take those decisions and put it into form. So I'm not sure what that time frame is.
Thank you. Thank you. Amanda?
Thanks, Dave. I guess this is a follow-up to that same question. Right now, if I understand it correctly, the planning board, have you sent something requesting more time? Is that correct?
Yes.
And so how does this play out? So play out that they say in the next 2 weeks, no, you don't get more time. The deadline is the deadline. Then what's the planning board's approach then? And I guess my second question as a follow-up to that would be, and I think this goes a little bit on the answers to the two questions about timing. My understanding of this law is because there is an urgency to finding housing, and the way that the way that it was just discussed about going back and taking time could be construed, it could take much longer than 3 to 6 months. And so I don't know that I understand how that would be addressing the urgency and looking as if we're just continuing to be non-compliant. So I guess those are my two questions.
I don't know if anyone wants to, I don't want to necessarily be the one to always answer, but, you know, I greatly appreciate that. We have requested, I hope we will hear from HLC and receive a, you know, get a response from them. I would hope that Tim, when he speaks with HLC, is advocating for more time, knowing that we really, we do have a small staff and we have, we've been working through this the best we can. I think that would be wonderful if Tim could have those conversations on a personal level. But you're right, you know, if we are taking additional time, I don't think we can, you know, we are going to commit to continue to work on this if we are told we don't get an extension past the December 31st deadline. But what I can tell you is that not too long ago, maybe during the summer, late summer, or even early spring, all of our board members, and including Tim, all stated it is much better to get it right than just to pass something by December 31st. I think we all felt like we didn't want to just put something forth that wasn't ready. I do feel like it's gotten to be in a place where, you know, it's not, it wouldn't be terrible if it had to go through, but we all felt that it is better to not necessarily, you know, that December 31st deadline, we understand, but we would absolutely continue to work on this, and whatever efforts we would need to demonstrate to show our maps, whatever work we would need to do. I think we can show our homework. We've got physical maps that we've been working on, UTIL's work, RKG's work, where we are in the process. I think that would be really important to communicate with the state so that they would maybe understand where we are, how we are working through this, and not look at us as we are trying not to be compliant, because certainly anyone who watches any of the recordings of any of our meetings, I think knows that we're working on this. So thank you. Did that answer? Sorry.
I was just going to say,
I guess just,
yeah.
Could I just ask, so I guess as the follow-up piece to that, does the board, so say for whatever reason time was given or you took more time, kind of hearing a 3 to 6 months to an I don't know, and would there be would you guys ever put a stake in the ground, you know, knowing that December 31st is the deadline, and if you're going past that, you know, I just worry about it being like, it not sounding like, you know, that it comes off as, well, you know, we're different, we need more time, and it just keeps rolling and rolling, and then we wind up in a situation kind of where we are with, you know, with 40Bs, like not being compliant for a very long time. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, is there a thought process around a deadline or a timeline?
We have not had that discussion at the planning board yet, so that would probably be a good future discussion item, but we have not discussed that yet.
It has been mentioned, the Maytown meeting, we've talked about it, but we have not deliberated, we've not discussed a time frame at all. But it has been referenced, the goal would be a Maytown meeting, but we have not taken a vote on that.
but I'd be willing to stick to that, Amanda. I get the urgency, and I think 3 to 6 months is what we could get it done in.
Thank you.
So I'll put you on the list, Tom. We still got JJ.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No worries, thanks. Thanks, guys. I'm just wondering, because, you know, the 3 to 6 months, you know, non-compliance, definitely worried about that. And so I know there was talk previously, I think, about maybe passing something, another option for town meeting, a 10% plan. And so I'm just wondering, let's say town meeting says no here. Seems like some of you are advocating that. and then you're tasked with coming up with a plan. I'm just wondering, do you guys have a consensus that now we're going forward with 25%? I think I just heard from you, you're a 10% guy all day long, but you're going to go for the 25% plan. Okay, I just, yeah, no, I understand. You don't, but I guess I'm just wondering for the rest of you, because I'm just worried that, you know, what is the plan we're going to get at the end of the day? Is it a 10% plan? Is it a 25% plan? I know what we're getting from you. So I'm wondering if you guys could speak to that.
I support the select board plan. I think
let's
that's
say-
25%, and it's very
25%.
compliant. Do I think that there's some concerns about some districts and the mapping that we could continue to look at? Yes, we should continue to look at the mapping because we've heard more concerns. But does that mean we should be non-compliant as a result of that? I don't think so, because I think we have time to amend a map and still remain compliant. We could work on the map for the next 2 months, have a special town meeting in February and update the map. So as I mentioned before, feel that these districts are very highly tailored, and so changing, and they're very tight to the compliance model. Tim probably discussed that. You can't just change one of them and then still be compliant. It's like a puzzle, and so it takes time with the consultant, as has been said, to test it. So the question of how much time it takes really is, do we have funds available to continue to hire the consultant to test the model out for us? How much money do we have? How many more iterations can they do? And, then there's a turnaround time of at least 2 weeks from them on these iterations. And so with holidays coming up, I don't see that happening in 3 months, honestly. And each time you see a new map and it says, well, you tried this, and then we get something that says, okay, it's compliant, but instead of zone capacity of 2,461, we have zone capacity of 4,000. Now, is anybody going to want us to jump to that level of capacity? I don't think so. So that's where some of these locations that people have asked about have become more problematic, because it's changing either the zone capacity, or it's throwing off the 50% of the land area being within a half mile of transit. They get into all the weeds of the technical aspects of it, but just we have gotten into those weeds at all of our meetings. So when people say that that more time is needed, we've met once a week for a good chunk of time, and so we've had this on an agenda for I haven't counted, but a number of meetings. We've spent more time on maps than on zoning language. So I personally spent a lot of time on zoning language and on the standards, as I mentioned, because I felt that they needed that attention. So I think that the map is at a place where it could use refinement, but is it a place that it should be thrown out? I don't think so.
If I could, Mr. Chair, the model, as Cheryl said, is very complicated. The current article that the Select Board has passed, actually, I believe, although we're required to zone for 2,461, I believe it's actually zoned, it's at 2,625, because you can't dial in to 2,461, given all of the metrics that you have to work with. So it's tricky. It really is. I feel like you owe an answer to the question that you asked. If you've listened to the planning board meeting, I've been an advocate for 10% and continuing to pursue what the select board went after, which is reclassification at 10%. I said it earlier. I feel very strongly I wouldn't give up on that, because I think the harm to the town of Milton, if we zone for 25%, is substantial. And I would continue to pursue the state or the MBTA or the Housing and Livable Communities for the opportunity to be a 10% community. If we were to go beyond 10%, potentially up to 25%, I could not support doing what we would potentially do to Granite Ave. I am not in favor of zoning for 700 units on Granite Ave. I couldn't do it, you know. There's so many reasons that doesn't even, it's not even consistent with what the effort was. The effort was to take advantage of transit. You know, putting 530 units on the southern section of Granite Ave, adding vehicles, putting in an area where there's really nothing for the children. If there's children, there's no green space, there's nothing you can walk to. The folks from Cortlandt Circle were here last week, they all talked about it. That's not consistent with what this was all about. So if the only way we can get to 25% is to do something like that on Granite Ave, I can't support that.
Okay.
I just can't.
Can I just add a comment about Granite Ave quickly? The design standards address how to design a large site like Granite Ave, and it's to design it like a neighborhood, as a neighborhood with internal streets and blocks, and to have open space and recreation as a part of the plan, including a playground if there's more than 40 units being proposed. So I just want to be clear that it's, there's some diagrams that were done by the consultant to sort of test a fit, whether 530 zone capacity could fit. But that's not necessarily a design that meets the standards that we've put in place. Tim, at the public hearing, if you saw that, talked about other regulations and regulatory requirements for those sites that would also likely restrict what could be built there. The floodplain, the wetlands, the MEPA, which is the Massachusetts Environmental Protection Agency, and the Mass DOT. And one other thing I want to point out, again, it may be a little bit in the weeds for folks, but the compliance model uses 1,000 square feet, gross square feet, as the unit size. So that means it's about an 875 square foot unit. So it's assuming that every single unit to get to 530 will be a one bed or a two bed 875 square foot unit. Everything that's been built in Milton has a far higher percentage of two-bedroom units than one-bedroom units. So I did some analysis, I'm not sure if it's on the town website, to show that the more likely development scenario, based on using the prototypes of what else is being built in Milton over time, would be more two beds, and you'd be looking at a far fewer number than 530. So it's a zoning capacity number. It's a spreadsheet. It is not a development plan. And development plan has a lot more other characteristics that would go into making it a plan.
I mean, to that point, you got to keep in mind that Bent's building was just converted. There's something like 7 or 8 units in there, and they're all micro units. And he's had 1 vacancy in 3 years. So you could get a lot smaller units. Whatever the market will bear, you guys, just keep that in mind. So it might be more than 700 there.
I'll put you all on.
No, it won't be. That's the maximum that it can be.
I just follow up.
Oh, yeah, you're following up, sure, yes.
I don't want to make everyone, but my only concern is, it seems like, to speak to Ron's point, I don't know how 3 to 6 months happens when there's just disagreement right from the get-go on what the goal is. Like, is it 10? Is it 25? Cheryl just described a process that's very iterative. You push a balloon and something pops out here. You got to evaluate it. Then you got to get public comments. And I feel for the people at Grand Avenue. I really do. I would love to get a plan from you guys about solving that. But if it doesn't solve the 25, and if you guys can't even agree on it, then I don't even know if it's getting there. Like how, like, I don't know. Like Mr. Zulus talked about Brush Hill and why it didn't work. But I'd love to see some plan from you guys that put units in the center of Milton. Like, I listened to that meeting. I heard the anger. Why aren't there units in the center of Milton? I live in the center of Milton. Am I going to vote for this and just put 700 units in front of Granite Avenue? I don't want to do that. I want to take some hit for the town. But we don't even, I don't even see the possibility of 3 to 6 months. I just don't.
I think the reality of it is that the board will never have a unanimous vote.
Yeah?
And that's probably true on the select board. It might be true, possibly not, on your committee as well. So, could something be accomplished? I think something could be accomplished. Would it ever be unanimous? I'm not so sure that we would ever be unanimous. I think everybody heard how the neighbors on Granite Ave felt. Realistically, it really is quite an assault on their neighborhood. I think there can't be very many people over there, and to thrust that upon them, I think felt very harsh. And so I feel like you do. I don't want to be a part of doing something like that to that neighborhood down there. Cheryl's points and Tim Chewinski's points about floodplain and MIPA, those are real, and they will temper people's concerns, but it's not going to make it go from 500 to 100. I just don't believe it will. It takes a lot of work. Cheryl spends, you spend your career in these types of projects and noodling through them, so you have an advantage. You have great experience with this, and she's been tremendous in terms of, her contribution to this. But there's no certainty of whether that would be, 480, 420, whatever it is, it's going to be very significant over there on Granite Ave.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, JJ. You always bring it. You always bring it. Julia Maxwell.
Hi, I have a question that I guess is maybe a process question based on some of the previous comments. My understanding was that as of December 31st, we either have an article that has been approved by town meeting or we don't, i.e. we're either in compliance or we are not. And then something was mentioned about, we think the state would take it easy on us because they can see that we've been working hard and, we can show our work. Is there an actual forum for an opportunity to do that? Are we just assuming that they would be interested in hearing about all the hard work we've done? Or is there an actual process for them to evaluate that versus just fearing, as someone else said, that we would be made an example of, as a town who chose not to comply in these early days?
The answer is this is uncharted territory. This is unlike anything that the state has really put forth. And so we are all navigating very new waters. And there are no absolutes. Tim would absolutely tell you he doesn't know the answers. I think even our town council doesn't have all the answers. This is very new, uncharted territory. What I have heard, though, is the state really does want to work with communities in creating new housing. I think that is their goal. I do believe that on the state level, really, the messaging that I've heard is that they do want to work with communities, and I would hope that they would be receptive to any information we put forth, but there's no guarantees.
But when you say information that we put forth, in what, again, from a process standpoint, when would that happen that they would evaluate outside of just whether or not we have an article that is compliant with the law?
My best information is what Tim has told us, is that, come January 2nd, are they going to be coming down and, and saying Milton did not comply? Yes, we would be put into a category of non-compliance, but whether they will pursue any enforcement at that, immediately, there were towns just during the first round, Westwood, for example, was non-compliant. There were other towns that were put into a non-compliant category, and they were able to move into compliance and come off of that non-compliant. I believe, that enforcement would not begin, but again, we cannot say. We cannot say for sure exactly what would what would happen. But
So it sounds like in
Don't
terms of the formal process as we know it, as it has been outlined so far, we don't know of an opportunity to sort of present the work that has been done if, as of January 2nd, we are technically out of compliance. Is that accurate to say?
yes, I would say that, Julia.
Julia, this is Sean. The process that Tim has outlined to us is that it's iterative, in that as you develop your plan, you submit it to the state evaluates it and comments on it. And the idea is that you don't get to 12/31 and have a plan that doesn't work, that doesn't meet their requirements. So it's a process. You would be expected, as you're developing it, to submit it. I don't know what that frequency is. Maybe it's a frequency of every 4 weeks, every 6 weeks, and the state would review it and provide comment. Again, so that you don't complete a plan that doesn't meet the requirements. So I don't think it'd ever be a situation where on 12/30 you get FedEx ready and you send an overnight for 12/31 delivery.
Yeah, my understanding is that the articles that are on the warrant have been sent and have been reviewed.
We also don't know the outcomes from the appeals from the residents in Rockport or the town of Holden. So we still have to wait to see how the court will rule those. They could be ruled that this MBTA Communities Act is an overreach and is not in keeping with Massachusetts home rule petition status. So we just don't know a lot of things. So we're all working towards a good faith effort, but there are a lot of hurdles to clear, and we're all working the best we can for the residents of Milton.
Do you have any follow-up on that, Julia?
I have a lot of questions, but I'll let the others whose hands are raised go, and I will ruminate. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy?
Thank you. I have a question about that we can always rezone. So if we use the example of 12/31, and this is passed at town meeting, I think I heard a member of the planning board say it's ready to go if it passes. So on January 2nd, a developer, this is so hypothetical, a developer could have in mind one of these compliant lots and immediately submit plans. That's a question. Is that true? So if that is true, how are you going to rezone redistrict if one of the districts already has a little lot plan that a developer has been just itching to get their hands on and develop of right?
Well, usually the process is, once zoning gets passed, it then gets sent to the AG's office for approval, and the AG's office has 90 days. So usually most people do not take any action within the 90 days, and if they do take action in the 90 days, it's at risk. But I would think that after 90 days and it comes back with the stamp of approval from the AG's office, then yes, you're right. I would think anybody in those districts could proceed as of right.
So as a quick follow-up, if I may, that might impact a chance. I know members of your board keep saying we can always rezone, but that might impact your ability to rezone. That's a question.
Well, and if an application came in under zoning that existed, and that application wasn't concluded by the time a new zoning was put forth, then that initial application would still follow the zoning under which it was filed. I don't know if that makes sense, but it would still.
It does,
Okay.
Mr. Davis. But I think my question goes to, and I'm not expressing it properly, that developers could be watching this very closely. And they know that they'll have less restrictions in a way to develop than going through special permit.
Judy, I think you're expressing it really well. I mean, as soon as this passes, there's a green light, subject to what Maggie said. And the only reason it wouldn't be a green light for anyone is if we go through a zoning change. And going through a zoning change is a complicated and lengthy process. I mean, it could take us a year to get through a zoning change. So the idea of passing something to be in compliance, be careful what you wish for, because once you pass it, you can't stop someone from utilizing that zoning, to develop as long as it's consistent with the zoning. I think you're very clear with your question, and I think you're right.
Thank you, Mr. Fahey.
I don't think it would take a year to update a map, but that's a difference of opinion.
But Cheryl, it has to go through town meeting for approval. We can't just pass zoning at a meeting. Whatever we do has to get to town meeting to get approval.
It does.
That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
Tom? Allison?
Mine was a question on exactly the process of rezoning, because it would have to go to town meeting. And would it require a 2/3 vote? Basically, certain areas may be considered more desirable. So the rezoning, would you be concerned if you rezone a certain area, let's say, that is, Governor Stoughton or something that could cause the less likelihood to be rezoned? I would be wondering if we would be concerned as a planning board if that could happen and it wouldn't pass, and we would be stuck with zoning that we possibly didn't originally want.
I think that's a real risk, Allison. This is happening so fast. There will be some unintended consequences of this, and none of us will know it. And I don't think anybody could be at fault for that. Tim and Josh are a two-man team. This is a crushing assignment for them for a year. And yeah, you're right. There will be some consequences that we won't like.
I just want to make one comment about the two-man team. We have received $80,000 worth of grant funding to avail ourselves of technical assistance consultants. So our two-man team is augmented by that.
I guess the follow-up question then on the RTCs, how many people do they have that versus how many Milton have?
I think, Allison, the comparison that most of us recognize is the other 11 communities. As Meredith had said earlier, their staffs are so much deeper than ours. And they're probably also using consultants. So I don't think it's a matter of, Milton's two guys have consultants with them. The other towns have much larger staffs, and they're still using consultants. We're at a disadvantage. Not to debate and argue the point that Cheryl made, but we're at a disadvantage.
And they also have larger budgets. I believe Brookline has spent $250,000 on consultants.
Thank you. Tim?
Thank you.
I just have a question on Triplex area. So it's supposed to be a half mile, but you guys have 1,000-foot catchment. Is that just based on lot sizes that you pulled it back?
Well, we don't have that. The select board has that. It's not.
Well, no, in the article, you pulled it back to 1,000 feet from the T.
They felt it was, there needed to be a sort of a logic or a rationale to where the line is drawn. And Tim explained earlier about the zones, like the RC, the RB.
Yep.
And so once they pulled it back within the RC, and they excluded historic district or historic landmarks from the map. So that's, if you look towards the east section of that map, you won't see any of the parcels included because that's a historic district. So they did that with guidance from discussions at the planning board. And it was so that you would, Tim explained this on the larger lot sizes in the RB district and how it was changing the density. It's all of these compliance model components that have to all work, and so when pulling it further in, it wasn't meeting the density requirement.
One other question. Wasn't there an iteration that didn't include Granite Ave at one point that was close? A couple of weeks ago?
There was an option, I know, at one point on, it was East Milton versus Randolph Avenue.
Right.
So it was, that was the option, and the numbers just didn't make sense on the Randolph Ave parcels, so it ended up keeping East Milton in.
Well, the Columbine was in, I thought that hit the metrics.
I don't recall Granite Ave being excluded, though. That's been in for a long time.
Yes, Tim.
I thought there was because I lived down on Briarfield and part of my street was included at one point, and more of the Columbines was included. And I don't remember Granite being in there. I thought it was.
I think Tim, I think you're right. There was a point in time that this is as Charlotte.
I lived there in
Yeah.
that area, and I feel the Granite at the Cortland people are getting screwed, basically, because you can't get through. How many of you had tried to get on the highway in the morning or get off? You can't.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
We need more time.
And that might mean that Mass DOT wouldn't grant a curb cut permit, so it might not even be allowed to be developed.
Yeah, there's just a lot of assumptions. The whole model, the whole compliance model is just based on assumptions. And Milton hasn't done zoning that way ever. You know, we've always been slow and steady. We've always taken into the account the voices of the neighbors to our own detriment sometime, and I can attest to that. For my one piece of property, it took over a year for zoning. And that was one piece of property. And so, and it was because the neighbors had a say. The neighbors had a say. And that makes us different from cities. We all live in Milton for our own personal choices, and we love Milton for a variety of reasons, and we all live in different neighborhoods. And the one thing that we all have in common is we have a say as to what goes on in our neighborhoods. And this takes away that say. And I just think that it's not right for Milton right now. And we should take the slow and steady route, and we should not be fearful. We shouldn't be afraid that we're going to be labeled something just by, you know, some political group who wants to hurl some accusations at us. We shouldn't be afraid of that. We should really be concerned about the residents of our town today. And I think we should take our time with this.
Thank you. JJ?
Just to ask you,
Thank you for that, Karen.
here you go. It's like a
I was in the streets. There you go.
Yeah.
God.
Like you talk about losing our say, but Mr. Zulus and I think Mr. Gaius talked about if we weren't compliant, we could lose our say in that it could go the route of 40B. Could you speak to that?
No, because I don't know what that could have.
You don't think that's a potential risk
Right now, within a year, I don't think it's a risk.
within a year?
Within a year.
But after a year, you think it's a risk?
Then I think after all these 160 towns get through the process, then I think then we'll know where we stand. I think we just need to allow every other town to get through it, and we can be part of it. It's different. All the other rapid transit communities, they're cities, except for Brookline, but that's essentially a city. You know, we need to hear what the other towns have to say, what Belmont has to say. So I think we should take our time, and I'm a risk-averse person, but I think, Sean has said earlier that it's more risky to move ahead and wait till the courts to decide and wait for all the other towns to weigh in. And I really think the guidelines are going to change. I think if you look at the statute, what our legislators voted on, it was 3 sentences. They didn't even have the luxury of reading the guidelines. The guidelines were not created. So if we talk to our legislators, they earnestly thought that it was going to be within a half a mile of transit, and it's of a reasonable size. And it was fairly vague because every town has a different definition of reasonable size. So I think we should take our time. I really do.
JJ, can I answer your question as well, if you don't mind? What I don't understand, and someone who has expertise in state government can explain this to us, but I would surmise that if there was some penalty for a town that didn't comply, it will have to go through the legislature. That's my assumption. I don't believe that the governor has executive order rights, but it would be good to understand that. I don't know that question, but I am going to research that, because I believe that it couldn't be as simple as Milton didn't comply and we get an executive order from the Attorney General. I don't know that, but my assumption is that there'd be some legislation that would have to be passed for the towns that didn't comply, and that's how it would be. And maybe Chair Zulus knows the answer to this question. I don't, but I am curious, how is a penalty, applied to a town that doesn't?
I mean, I think there's penalties, like financial penalties, that are clear, and then there's the 40B process that is not a clear mechanism. Mr. Zulus spoke to that. That was his main concern when asked the question about my main risk concern is non-compliance for the reason of the 40B. I don't know how that incepts in this case. Maybe, Cheryl, you have an idea about how it would incept?
No, I don't know what the, let's just say Milton's the only town that doesn't comply. How would the state react to that versus 150 towns that didn't comply? I don't know what their reaction would be, because the goal is to create housing. And I'm just going to come back to this, a big, broad picture of why this law was passed. I mean, Governor Baker stated it more than just on his way out the door, that it's an economic challenge, that Massachusetts has a housing crisis, not just an affordability crisis, but a number of housing units shortfall crisis, and it will affect the regional economy. And so it will affect all of us if the region loses its economic success because people can't afford to live here. Young people can't afford to take jobs here because they can't afford to live here. So what will they do? I think it depends how many towns are compliant and how many aren't. We already know some towns are compliant. I think 7 are compliant. They beat the deadline that they were given. None of the rapid transit are compliant, or they're compliant to the state status if they have to be at this moment. But in terms of this December 31st deadline, none have met that deadline yet. But there are 7 who have passed the zoning. So I don't know the answer, but I do think there's risk.
Thank you. I think there was a request for some input from Mr. Zulus. Mr. Zulus, yes?
Just to repeat what we know,
Right.
What we know is that the Attorney General has said that that she will take civil enforcement action. What we don't know is what the remedy the courts will provide to that civil enforcement action.
Thank you. I think that's informative. Thank you for that. Amanda?
I guess one of the things I wanted to follow up on is the scenario that seems to keep being played out is, or that's been mentioned, is saying what other towns, like waiting to see what other towns will do, or thinking that other towns, the 168, would take action. And I guess I don't hear the flip side, which is what are the risks of us to Mr. Gaius's comment, like what if we are the one of the rapid transit communities that doesn't comply, and then the other communities, they have another year past us. I guess my concern is being sort of the poster child for showing other communities what the ramifications are for non-compliance. I feel like we're looking at it as almost like a positive thing, that we could wait and see what others do, as opposed to, I'm seeing it as a negative thing that we would be the first out of the gate not doing it, and setting an example. And so I just, I know that there are assumptions being made and there's a lot unknown, but I feel like some of the assumptions, I don't know, there's things that we aren't looking at, I don't know. It feels like everything is sort of going through a negative side of it, like, oh, there might be more kids here. Well, that means that more kids have the opportunity to move into a house and move into a community where they can go to school. And, I just feel like I understand that there are ramifications or consequences for the town, but I think that it would be great to hear the positive sides of this as well. But also, I guess and I rambled, I guess my original point really is, my concern is that the wait and see attitude of looking to see what happens to the other, or what the other 186 towns do, sort of doesn't look at the fact that my concern would be that we would be the first one coming out of the gate that would be the example set for those towns. And I just think it's something to consider as people are thinking about the non-compliance route. Thanks.
Thank you. Julia Maxwell.
Sorry, trying to find my unmute button. Yeah, I guess similarly to what Amanda just said, this idea that there are 160 other towns coming up behind us and we can wait to see what they do. I mean, we, by definition, are considered different than these 160 other towns. So I guess my fear is that's an apples to oranges argument. And this idea that we can just take our time, the flip side of that is that there is significant risk to taking our time. Choosing to be non-compliant is a serious roll of the dice with potentially huge financial implications. And I fear that we set ourselves up to be made an example of because of the 160 towns that are sitting around waiting to see what happens with Milton. So knowing that we're up first, knowing that the Attorney General has made their position crystal clear on the fact that this is mandatory, I don't think we can be so cavalier as to just say we can take our time and not weigh the significant risks of taking our time and choosing to be non-compliant. That's all.
Thank you.
I kind of think that we can. I mean, personally, I think that if we're in non-compliance and we get sued, it's a chance to see how strong the lawsuit is. If it's something that's serious that we're not going to win, we have our zoning and we pass it. But if it's something that looks like we could fight, then we fight it. No? Jay, you're shocked.
It's okay. After 11, my face just starts reacting.
The 10, mine does.
I don't take the town's finances in a very cavalier manner. Our responsibility is to the residents of the town, and I take that very seriously as an elected. I've been in town, for a long time. I hope to remain in town, and I hope my kids decide to remain in town. I'm here for the long haul, and I want to see Milton be the very best it can be, and it can be a lot better. And I take my responsibility very seriously. And with all the unknowns, I think it would be very reckless to rush into zoning. We just don't know, and I personally think that a wait-and-see attitude is the best thing at this point with what we know.
Are there any other questions?
I had my hand up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I could, sort of a question, but a comment to several of the comments from some of the planning board members. I had, I guess there was nothing much to do on streaming one night, and I decided to see which states in our country had statewide zoning based on rapid transit or public transit. And I roamed around the country, and my conclusion was, after visiting various types of zoning to do with public transportation, we are the only state that has a statewide mandate based on public transit. So in regards to some comments that I heard from members of the planning board, I posit this to you. We really are uncharted because there's no other state that has gone before us to do this. So we don't know what the powers of the governor is. There's no guidance on this because we are the first and only state to do this. So in that regard, I ask you to think about that during your own deliberations, that I hear you when you say, we don't know what the governor's going to do. No other governor's ever had this problem because their state did not pass a law to do this as an entire state. There are cities in certain states that have done similar. There are counties in some states that have done this based on public transit, but not a whole state. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. JJ.
Sorry, I'm going to try and be brief, but I just had a question. I think you guys are the perfect people to answer it. There's been a hypothetical being thrown around that if this doesn't pass, a potential judicial remedy would be someone buying a lot on Elliott Street and tearing it down and putting up 10 units and saying, just like 40B, you guys didn't pass zoning, this is within half a mile of a rapid transit, and I'm going to do that. Is that something that is a real thing? Like, is that, like, can that even happen? Is that our...
I would say what would happen is they would apply for that, they'd apply for a building permit, and it would probably get turned down for not being compliant with the zoning. Then they would take that to the courts and make the argument that you just made.
And that's like that's basically what happens with 40B right now, right?
Well, it's a little different than that, the 40B. That might take a
That's
little more
too
time to
much.
explain.
Okay. But I guess what you're saying is this 10 unit scenario, it would be now in the hands of the courts.
Yes,
And we don't know where the courts would go.
correct.
You never do.
Okay.
Well, there's no case law on it yet, is the,
And it opens up
Hey,
the
whoa,
point that
deal,
Maggie was
deal.
making earlier. You know, is the guideline law or is the guideline not law? Sure. That's And I think that would be where it would be adjudicated in that situation.
Good question.
I don't have a question, Mr. Chair. But I just want to, because it's a question time and people are commenting, I don't want to comment.
We can't hear here on Zoom. Microphones.
Sorry, Judy, sorry, Mr. Chair. I
Oh,
don't
we
want,
want to hear from you. Thank you.
oh, thank you. I don't know if everyone else does. But there's a home rule petition, okay? The courts cannot legislate zoning. They cannot force us to zone, no matter how bad they want us to do it. So I think when you look at the statute, they really stay away, right? So I think that's an interesting thing that this committee should think about, is what these penalties are going to be and what the legislature has set forward, you know? And like, what can they force us to do? As Member Chagayas of the planning board said, like, they'll just be rejected, you know? So what's the state's remedy going to be, you know? And I don't think they can zone. They can't tell our town to zone. So it's the home rule petition.
Sorry, I don't understand. Like, are you saying this law is illegal, that is?
I'm not saying it's
passed?
illegal. I'm not going down that road. I'm just like, I just say that, like, when you talk about penalties, I've been turning this over in my head, and I said before the committee before, it's like, I see the penalties as the grant money, right? That's what the legislature provided for. The executive branch doesn't do that, but I'm trying to think like, oh, and I thought, well, maybe they'll force zoning on us, but they can't by law. So, and that's what makes Massachusetts unique, is the home rule petition. So I'm trying to figure out, like, how would they hit us? And I just can't come up with one at this time. And they're very creative, I'm sure, but I don't know. So I'm commenting now, I shouldn't be doing this. So I apologize.
You're admonished for that.
So, but JJ, it was a great question, JJ.
Mr. Chair, you might ask Tim Zerwinski to share with you the AG's response to the Rockport lawsuit that addresses that particular topic.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Amanda.
I guess I have I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. I have a follow-up question to the previous speaker for the Warrant Committee member who, when you say the state can't force zoning upon us, isn't that exactly what 40B is though? So I don't know how this is different than that. It's similarly that they were looking, to ensure that there was affordable housing within each community at 10%. This is a zoning law to ensure that there's an increase in housing. So I guess I'm just not sure I'm following the argument if the state has mandated zoning laws previously.
I think that's where what I suggested that you asked Mr. Zawinski to send to you would have some answers. I don't have it committed to memory, but it does address this question from the AG.
Sure, I'd like to comment on what Amanda said. 40B is a law. It was passed by the legislature. It was not an edict from the governor. So it was proposed as a law, and it was passed as a law.
This was passed as a law, too.
I understand that, but to the point that Tom was making, how do they effectively penalize? They would need to pass a law, is what I'm surmising, in order to have a mechanism to penalize a town.
How do we get penalized with 40B? Like, because it looks like with the 40B requirement, if a developer comes in and does the proposal of 40B, they do it. We can't say no.
Correct.
So is there even a penalty associated with 40B? They just have it as of right. So
The penalty is you don't get to say no, right?
the penalty is you don't get to say no.
The penalty is they don't.
Is that a penalty?
Penalty is they don't have to comply to any zoning.
Is that a penalty?
The penalty is they can put on a parcel of land the number of units that they prefer to, and there's very little that you can do to prevent them from doing so.
And the 40B is not just they don't have to follow the zoning. They don't have to follow the local wetlands restrictions. They don't have to follow local historic district restrictions. There's a myriad of like permits that if you look at a 40B and you look for the waivers that they seek, it just goes on and on and on. And the Zoning Board of Appeal can say no. It'll get appealed. Milton had appealed one on Randolph Ave all the way to the state Supreme Court and lost there. So I don't know that the select board is going to appeal others, but if there are other, entities, I guess, that could appeal them, like the developers can appeal them if they don't like the conditions that are imposed on them. But, and property owners, nearby property owners, like in any case, like Maggie said, like anybody could, if they are found to have standing, can appeal. But it's not a zoning regulation, the 40B. It's a production mandate. So if you haven't produced the units, then the developers have an opportunity. This is a zoning mandate. As Tim has said previously, I'm sure, if not one unit is produced, we're still compliant, right? So it's really the property owners, and, how quickly property owners will decide to sell, I'm sure will be dependent on individual property owners' circumstances, but it's not the same as the 40B that way. So there's a lot of differences, but the reason for bringing it up is that it's a stick versus a carrot or something, right? So the question is, what happened there? If you're not compliant with 10%, they came in with that as the recourse. What will be the recourse here, we don't know yet, other than what's been stated thus far.
Thank you. Tim?
So 40B has been in effect for how long?
1969.
All right, and we're just seeing it now in the past 5 years. You might see a little time before there's something from the state on the T stuff. No developer availed themselves to it. The land's been here the whole time. We haven't been compliant the whole time. So regardless of if it's a carrot or it's a stick, the government moves slow. You're probably talking 12 months, 18 months before something really happens.
Yeah, I mean, the way you described it could possibly be about how it happens. What happened with the 40B projects, a lot of the 40B projects, one developer came into town and identified Milton as a target, a town. You probably know this.
I've worked for a couple of them.
And Tamposi, I think, purchased 5 lots and moved forward with a plan. And there was nothing the town could do to stop that.
And Tamposi goes around the country, and that's what he does. The brothers do.
But I do think the question, and it's really for legal minds and those that are government minds, how does the state effectively penalize a town that doesn't comply? I have no idea. I don't. But I'm of the opinion that they don't have an executive edict, but I don't know that.
Well, if it's true that what you say is the home petition rule, and then what you're saying is that it's not, 40Bs aren't zoning, they're a production plan, maybe that's the difference.
Well, the AG has stated in that, I don't know what that legal document is called, but response, yeah, is that the legislature has the power, has the authority to do what they've done. So I'm not an attorney. I'm not going to weigh in on the legal aspect.
We're not
Motion to
talking about-
dismiss,
yes,
which
yeah.
maybe we need a motion to dismiss.
Tom?
I think, if I may, I think the only guidance in the very end that we could get, right, is from the Supreme Judicial Court, right? If they are the ultimate arbiters of what's zoning, what isn't, what's the penalty, what's not. So it's just all, I sit here, and it's a great discussion, but still so many questions and no answers because of the precedent. There's no precedent to this, and this is a hard spot to be in for a town like Milton.
Any other questions? thank you for your participation tonight. It's been enriching to us, important to the town. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Love you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion.
Jay?
So, an email went, I sort of do, but I was gonna say, an email went around to the warrant committee with a presentation that I thought I was going to give tonight. I think it stands alone, and that if you read it, it's mostly all there and won't be misleading. Don't want to violate any open meeting laws, but if less than half of you have questions, you can ask me about it. Otherwise, I'll present it on Wednesday, presumably.
Thank you.
And yeah, I don't know if we're going to post it publicly or what exactly. So, I suggest we have a roll call vote to adjourn to see who on Zoom is still listening.
Should
Sorry, I
we,
should presume we're-
should
I
we,
should presume we're-
should we do side bets before?
So Wednesday, we can meet and discuss and vote on this, right? That should be
Right,
it.
I think, okay, yes, so we have posted for Wednesday. I think in an abundance of caution, tomorrow we'll post for Thursday as well, just an abundance of caution. Could you please just post the same agenda? For yes, please. Just, because if we don't, we know we'll need to go in and we won't be able to. So this helps us, right? So I guess that would be it. That we would engage in our, our deliberation Wednesday. Before it's, I sense that we want to move in that direction. Is there anything that anyone would like to share with us now before we do adjourn? All right.
Can I just say what I said a minute ago with my microphone on?
Sure.
Just that an email went around with a presentation I put together. I thought I would be presenting it tonight. I think it mostly stands alone. I thought I'd be speaking to it, but I'll speak to it on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Not going to rest in the paper.
So in the
Rest in the
meantime,
papers.
I'm too asleep to understand what you said.
I would encourage everyone to take the time, first of all, to have a great Halloween. Those people who are blessed with children, it's a wonderful holiday. It looks like it's not going to rain, which is important. Those who are handing out candy, such as myself, enjoy that too. I like the first shift, the like 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock with the little ones.
That's the easy shift.
Right, it's the easy one. Lots of princesses, right? I love 4 and 5 o'clock. And then let's come back in rested on Wednesday. Please eat well, sleep well, come in rested, so that we can do the business of the town. All right? I'm always available on my cell phone. All right? Call me anytime in the next couple days. Oh, let's do it. Let's do a roll call vote.
This isn't gonna go
You're
well.
stroking your beard evilly as you said
Looking
that.
at you.
Do you need a motion and a second first?
Yeah, who's got a motion?
I make a motion to adjourn.
I second it.
Okay, Tom?
Yay.
Lori? Yes. Jay?
Yes.
Allison? Allison?
We can come back.
Julie Joyce?
Yes.
Kristen?
Yes.
Jareen?
Yes, and I want a piece of the winnings.
I was gonna say.
Tim?
Yes.
Julia Maxwell?
Yes.
JJ?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Ron?
Yep.
Judy?
Oh, maybe I should say no, but I'll say yes.
One more time, Allison?
Yes. Sorry, my dog's snoring.
We wish we were.
Yes, thank you. See you Wednesday.